Hey everybody, welcome back to another Vibe Coding live stream. On the last Vibe Coding live stream, we continued to test the agent. We reviewed some of our observability data. We actually made a voice agent live call on the stream. And after reviewing the observability data, we're able to determine that OpenAI, actually the GPT Real-Time 2 API, took 30.3 seconds to respond to us, which is really great because if we were in a production scenario and I had an end customer that had a voice call with one of their end customers, and let's say they lost a customer because of the voice agent had a large delay, at least we would be able to review that observability data and determine that, hey, it was OpenAI, not actually our system that caused that delay. Today, we're going to be extending the system for web chat, and then we're going to start thinking through RESTful API and MCP server and how we're maybe going to expose that. So developers and technical people that want to use the API or MCP server, or non-technical people can use their agent to connect to our MCP server. Okay, so this morning what I did was, and let's go ahead and put our link here. Oh, I don't know if okay, Twitch, have a little burp there. Okay. So before the stream today, actually what I did was I cleaned up the inbox. I cleaned up all the sessions and all the call history. So the call history, we store the recordings on AWS S3. So I deleted all the records from that, or all the objects from that S3 bucket. Also deleted all the data in our database so we can start fresh. And so today what we're going to be working on, and I started working on this yesterday offline, but what we're going to be working on is web chat. And this is important for me because really the first thing that I'm going to do in my telematics video business is really two things. I'm going to embed a web chat. So on my telematics video business, we'll have a new page called Agents. And when you open up that page, there's gonna be a embedded web chat that's actually powered by Blue Cactus AI. So here you can see this is the new web chat tab in settings. And you can set an allowed origin. And we give you this embed snippet. And let me, before we get too deep into this, let's send our link here. Let's see. In Discord, the YouTube link. Okay, good. Okay, so pretty much, and we started testing this. This is actually the web chat here. And if I come to agents, you can now see we have agents that have web chat enabled. And if I clicked add agent here, you would actually see now there's three different types. So we have a omni-channel agent, right? We have a voice agent. We also have an email agent and a web chat agent. So on the last stream, what we actually had to do was we had to generate a new API key that's only scoped to web chat, because the thing with web chat is when you embed this into your site, really anyone, any user can access that chat, right? And so you really don't want API keys that are scoped to your entire service, right? Or scoped to the entire organization. So now we have a web chat key, right? And that web chat key lives right here. So you embed this script, and here's the source for the script. And this will eventually be, this is a file, I think, that we're going to host on S3. And I'm still kind of thinking through some of this. But we're going to test this live on stream today. But this is pretty much one file that will handle many different chats. And so we built a new service in Go. It's an edge service that handles streaming. And what I'll do is I'm gonna come into Codex here, and I'm gonna say, okay, I think we may want to include this so we can extend our memory system to web chat. But before we do that, I want you to concisely walk me through everything that we've implemented already. So let's see, it should walk me through everything that we implemented so far. Okay, so I just asked Codex to kind of review, and we have a few different open PRs. I also want you to give me the links of all open PRs right now. And, you know, I heard, actually what's interesting is what we'll pull up to on stream is it looks like Codex just released some new hardware. So let me see, the Codex Micro. And I'm curious if anyone in the stream is going to consider getting this. So it's really like, it looks like Codex, some keyboard alternative from Codex. So designed with Work Louder, the KBD 1.0 Codex Micro brings your agent workspace into reach. Keep active chats close, spot what every agent is doing through live RGB feedback, and map your most used Codex actions to tactile controls built for the way you actually ship. So it's interesting that this is actually the first piece of hardware that they released. I know they're definitely thinking about, you know, new form factors, right? I've heard that they're thinking, you know, Zuckerberg's going with the glasses, right? This is not exactly, I guess, a form factor that you can wear on your body, really. But you know, it's interesting that they released this first. I know, from what I understand, I believe they're also working on some sort of headphone or earpiece or maybe a speaker with no screen on it. I'm not exactly sure. But I'm not sure. I need to look into this a little more. Okay, so they have LEDs that kind of show you what the status of Codex is. It does look pretty cool, I have to say. Pretty interesting for sure. Not sure if I'm gonna get it. I know it's probably gonna go out of stock pretty quick here. But let's get back to Codex here. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so this is kind of what we've done so far. So we have inside of we have a chat interface now where you can also add web chat agents, right? So the chat interface now, you can just use the chat interface without having to manually design this workflow node graph. Just communicate with the chat interface and set up a voice agent, email agent, and now a web chat agent. So let's keep reading here. So we added a new key. So I'm just gonna say, I really kind of want to explain this to you guys because it's interesting. Okay, I'm on stream now. Help me. I don't even need to say that. I'll just say, explain this in more detail. So our standard API keys were scoped to the entire organization. And the downstream JWTs really can work across all services. So explain kind of how this is different than the existing API key mechanism and how the downstream JWT works. Okay, here we go. And then we'll start testing. And I was already thinking earlier, these are all of our PRs here. So let's kind of, let's open these up. So, let's see if we can, okay, there we go. Let's just, let's grab this one. Grab this one. Let's grab this one. Let's grab this one. So it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different services. Actually 7 services that we had to make changes in to implement this feature. And these are all open PRs right now. And you can see in the PRs, we had Codex review these PRs, Claude reviewed these PRs, and Bugbot reviewed these PRs. I'm not sure if Bugbot, I don't know if Bugbot was running on this PR. Let's look. Should have been. Okay, yeah, this is a note from Bugbot here. And here is Cursor left some items. So what we did was we created these. Hey Luke, how are you? We created these or pretty much we created these PRs. Then we had the agent do a PR babysit, I like to call it. So it babysat the PRs, and then once Bugbot, Codex, and Claude left their comments on the PR, we reviewed those comments, fixed, and then commit the changes and push those changes back up to the PR. And we kept doing that in a loop until we didn't get any new comments from Bugbot or Codex. So again, what I'm looking at right now is we extended it for web chat. So now we have this web chat section. And we had to create a new API key mechanism for this. But if you want to create an embeddable web chat, so we have omni-channel now. We have email, we have voice, and now we have web chat. And this is what that embedded web chat looks like. And we're going to be testing this today on stream. And also we're going to maybe think about like a memory mechanism and how we can extend memory. So we have memory right now on our voice agent. We have a save memory tool, and it's a pretty sophisticated actually memory system on voice. And the reason why we're able to, and right now memory is actually scoped to just a single session. But we want really memory to be able to extend across all sessions on all channels if possible. It may be somewhat challenging to do that, but it's possible. So So anyway, so now we have this new selection screen. So if I want to create a new agent, I can click add agent. And again, we're going with like this triage approach where we have different roles for different agents, right? And so now you can create a web chat agent and select your role. So we actually already created a web chat agent. And we need to look into this because when I first open up these node graphs, it kind of takes a bit. And this we're gonna have Fable review this too because it's a bit messy here. But anyways, we have a start node, and then we have all these different edges here, which this is really, we're gonna have to work on this because this is it's hard to read and manage, right? So we're gonna have Fable. This does work though. It's just like a recursive where you can go from chat triage to product questions to setup help, then back from setup help to product questions to integrations, back from integrations to setup help. But we need to kind of restyle this and make it way less cluttered, right? But anyways, if I come back to settings here, let's look. Okay, so here I'm in settings. And pretty much you would create a new web chat key, right? And so this key is going to be associated with a certain web chat agent. And then you have an allowed origin, right? So if I'm a customer that's using Blue Cactus AI and say I want to embed a web chat into my website, you would create the web chat agent, and then you would come to this screen and create this key. And then you would get this embeddable link here that we could use to, you pretty much put this into your JavaScript, right? I believe this could also go straight into your HTML. But you just embed this into your source code, and then you have web chat, right? What we're doing now is, first I just want to explain why we had to have a new key. So we had to create a separate key mechanism. So it's not your standard API key. So right now this API key, we're using it for webhooks. We probably could have used it for web chat too, to be honest. But right now we're using it for webhooks. And also we're going to be using it for, I think, the MCP server and also the RESTful API. And we're going to walk through this now because I just want to rethink it myself. Okay, so a BC Live key represents an organization. And first, let me fly on WoW Classic here. I just need to fly to Zangarmarsh here before we get logged out. Let's see. And I actually have a way to go full screen WoW. I never really do it, but sometimes maybe when we're waiting for agents, we'll kind of full screen the game and then pop straight back into work. But let's just fly to Zangarmarsh here. So anyways, we're going to review these different API keys and why they're important. So, okay, a BC Live key. So these are our standard API keys, right? And a BC Live key represents an organization-level machine identity. Is a public configuration that can only bootstrap one web chat agent from approved websites. The web chat browser never receives the normal organization-wide downstream JWT. So, and we create, we do API key authentication, but then we mint a JWT token that is a token that we use when we call our services inside of our cluster, right? So a BC pub key is public configuration that can only bootstrap one web, okay. Existing BC Live API key flow, right? An authorized dashboard user creates the key. Okay, so this is where we just create our standard key. So this is like where we're calling an API, and we keep it in our authorization header. The normal downstream JWT. So this is actually kind of how we pass the downstream JWT to our other services. So a JWT kind of establishes, okay, which organization owns the request, which membership or API key initiated it, which application permissions it has. Okay, now here's the new key that we created for web chat. So the site key is not a secret. A web chat key stores organization, one agent, approved browser origins, public widget configuration. It must appear in customer HTML. Okay, so this is really the reason, I think. So this means that this key might be exposed on the client, right? When you come into the browser, if someone looked into the dev console, they might be able to see that this secret is exposed. Can you confirm that? Is that why we had to create this different mechanism for web chat? Okay, let's... And actually, there's been a lot of people that were discussing that 5.6 Sol had like some destructive actions, or I see like stuff on X where people say it deleted their database, or it deleted this, or it deleted that. You know, so at first when I was using 5.6 Sol, I had the permissions on ask for approval, and I used it for a few hours until I was comfortable removing that permission. Okay, so let's see. Let's keep kind of reading through this here. Okay, so browser conversation exchange. So this is kind of what the post request looks like. The widget actually calls one of my APIs. So you would embed this widget, and let's see if this is online right now. So yeah, so you would embed this. This is that JavaScript embed code that you see here that renders this chat. So you would embed this into your site, and then when you actually send a message inside of this web chat, it includes these details, right? Which is this site key that we created, and the site key is kind of how we determine, okay, this is the agent that it's associated with. And this is the organization that it's associated with, right? I don't love this song. Let's skip this one. Okay. The browser receives an edge-only JWT. Against the cannot accept it. Okay, got it. So then we sign it. Where I'm a little confused is, do we actually return the JWT to the browser? So we actually return the JWT to the browser after we sign it to the client. funny, but this auth stuff, and I see why people, it's definitely, there's authentication systems you can use, right? Like AWS Cognito, I guess Convex has authentication, Supabase has authentication, and you can use those services to help you. We rolled our own authentication service, but I just, every time I go through this, I forget some small details, but then I remember quickly. But let's kind of keep reading through this, and then we'll go through the rest. So it says sub org agent ID, conversation ID, site key, origin, perms, token. Okay. So this is a different key. We actually use a different key to sign the JWT than we do for our other JWTs. Edge verifies conversation, token, signature, and expiry. Okay. Shared base JWT secret. Yeah, I did. I switched back. I had some people complaining about the flashbang. So, not complaining, but some people that have been part of the community for a while, and they were their eyes were having some difficulty watching the stream. So, okay. They sign with. Okay, it gets a little complicated here. So yes, anyone can see this. Okay, yeah. So again, when you create your web chat snippet, embed snippet, right? The reason why this key can't work the same as our other standard, yeah, no, they didn't. So, the other standard API key was scoped, and the way it worked is that when our authentication service checked that API key, we would mint a JWT token that you could actually use to call all of our other services, which is not good. Now, normally you would never get access to that API key, right? It should never actually get exposed. But there's scenarios where it could get exposed, these standard API keys. The thing with this, and as I'm talking through this, I'm actually remembering myself or learning myself. But so this key, it lives inside of the client source. So when they go to embed this web chat, which this will be a web chat that they can embed into their client code, if someone inspected, and let's actually see if we can see it. Where would I go? Elements, let's see. I'm gonna. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so you can actually see the key right there in the source code, right? And that's the problem. Is this API key can't work the same as the traditional API key because because it's exposed by default, if that makes sense. So let's come back. Let's come back to our our codex here. And I guess I should start calling it ChatGPT and not Codex. I guess the Codex name is dead. But let's see here. The loader's JavaScript state. Exposing a decent key would let someone exchange it for an organization's scoped downstream JWT and potentially access privileged services, right? Instead, the browser flow is this. Widget auth also. Does it say Codex? No, look, when I hover over it, mine says ChatGPT. It still has the Codex logo. Did you see this, Osiris? Look at this. A new hardware from OpenAI. I don't know how what I think about it, to be honest. It's very interesting that they it's like, I don't know if we're moving away from like I mean, we still need some sort of screen, right, to look at the visualizations. But this is definitely an interesting development. I mean, I've seen these before. I mean, it looks cool. I don't know if I'd get it for, I don't know if I would personally buy it. It's kind of cool, for sure. But it's got like RGB lights, I guess, like idle, unread chat, thinking, need user approval. It's definitely, I wasn't expecting this to be the first piece of hardware that they released. I don't know what I was expecting, I guess, but I wasn't expecting that. So, let's look. I think Kimmy K3, a meme image like again, it was just a mic button and a send button and a one shot. I don't know if I saw that, Osiris. But I heard that Kimmy, I don't know if you know, I know you keep up with the open source, Osiris, but Kimmy, the Kimmy model, I heard that there's a new Kimmy model maybe coming today. I don't know if you're a fan of Kimmy. I don't remember you mentioning much about the Kimmy models. But it'll be interesting to see. I know what GLM 5.2, I think, is like at the frontier for the Chinese open models, right? So I guess it'll be interesting to see how Kimmy compares. Ultimately, eventually, I'm going to be including these open source Chinese models in Blue Cactus AI at some point. I don't know how we're going to do that and which partner we're going to work with, like Firecracker or Open Router or what. But at some point, we're going to need to get them in there. So let's see. I'm going to say to the browser client. Okay. Signs conversion conversation JWT. Then sends it on each chat turn, right? So every time we do a chat turn, the JWT is signed, not encrypted. Okay, anyone holding it can decode and read those claims. How can they decode it, though? Aren't we using a value to sign it? How could they decode it if they don't have that value? Just help me understand. Man, sometimes this API key stuff gets a bit confusing. Osiris said, Kimmy K worked about as well as GLM did for me. Minimax was always my favorite. Interesting. Yeah. I know, and I'm sure there's many different reasons, but I know Cursor kind of built one of their model, or they did build one of their models on top of Kimmy K. And I don't know if they just had a partnership with the Kimmy company, and that's why they chose that model, or if there was other reasons why they chose it. But definitely going to be interesting to see how that performs for sure. Let's see. There's 3 dot separated sections. Okay. Oh, but we do sign this. The signing secret is needed to create a valid signature, not to read the payload. The encoded payload changes, but they cannot generate the corresponding valid signature without the secret. Got it. So what is this though? Just so you guys know too, to be honest, I could avoid going into all these details, right? But you know, this helps me. It's important for me to understand this because, you know, security is really critical, especially when you're doing your own authentication system, right? And you don't have to understand every single detail, just maybe kind of at a high level, and that's kind of what I'm doing right now. So explain this. Is this the only part of the payload that we're signing with the secret? And then explain, because our other JWTs we sign with a different secret, right? Say yes, the signature covers the entire encoded header and entire encoded payload. Encoded payload, base 64 URL signature. Oop. I love that. That's kind of cool. So I can ask inside chat. That's kind of cool, actually. I kind of like that. Okay. Okay, I understand. So there's we pretty much sign it with a secret, and then if they decode it and change a parameter, that would change the signature, and that's how we would know that it wasn't valid, right? I guess I'm not super familiar with base 64 URL encoding, or help me understand, I guess, why they're able to decode it, just for my own edification. Oh, cool. Sorry, so I'll check it soon. Let's see. Let's see. Just kind of want to get a general idea of this. Okay, exactly right. They can read or modify the payload, but they cannot produce the correct signature for the modified payload without the secret. Base 64 URL is just an encoding, a reversible way to represent arbitrary bytes using characters that are safe in URLs and HTTP headers. This JSON becomes approximately this. Nothing secret is involved. The bytes into a restricted alphabet. Okay, it exists because raw JSON contains characters such as... Okay. Let's decode the payload, read the JSON, and then encode the modified JSON. But they would have some payload, and then they'd have my old signature on that payload. So it calculates expected signature equals differ from the old signature. Okay. Got it. So the server rejects it. Okay. The signature is also, so someone can decode it into its raw bytes, but those bytes are the output of this. They cannot reverse. Is intentionally one way. Some of this encryption stuff is kind of complex. I had an engineer explain it one time. I literally woke up the next day and forgot about it. Yeah, exactly. It's not to hide data. Exactly. But we do sign it with this, I guess. So this is the signature, right? What package do we use to create that signature? I think it's like a crypto package, right? A package called crypto. Or that's Node. It's this package. It's some JWT package. Oh, that's not. Huh. Package handles JSON encoding the header and claims. Okay. Okay, we don't need to go too much deeper into this. I think we can move forward here. I'm just going to say, okay, so we are using a different secret for this signature for web chat agents versus for API. Now, we're not going to address this now, but if someone did, so say someone mints a new API key in my service, and then they expose that API key, someone could take that API key and send a curl, right? And then we'd return a minted JWT that would authenticate across many different services and endpoints, right? But it would still only be scoped to that specific organization. Can you confirm that? Okay, the attacker could authenticate to multiple servers that trust the shared JWT secret. Both the organization API keys stored permission. Okay. An attacker could send this. The auth would return this. The attacker could... Yeah. Okay, so at least they can't attack other organizations. But, you know, if like you had a customer that created an API key, and then that API key, they just exposed it. They exposed it by not securing their own code, right? Then someone could use that key and start making a lot of modifications to their organization. Now, you couldn't use that key to access all organizations, only the organization that got leaked. Now, I don't know if that's... I mean, is that something I should even think about right now? Or is there even any way to prevent this? I really don't want to go too deep into this right now. But you know, how would someone even prevent this? Or is it kind of expected that if you leak your API key that, you know, that your organization data may mutate or get corrupted or modified in ways that you don't want? Oh, hell yeah, Osiris. You know, I do have to say, your idea, I can't say, I haven't seen a lot of terminals with that yet. It's just I'm trying to think of how you'd go to market with it and partner up, maybe even with like some open source companies, some smaller open source companies maybe that have a terminal, or how you'd kind of approach bringing that to market. Or I guess it could be like a plugin, right, or something, a plugin, or even like a well, all these companies are going to have marketplaces of plugins and stuff, right? So maybe that's a go-to-market strategy. I'd have to think about it more. Let's see. Yes, there's an expected property of API keys. I want to sell it to one of the yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm just trying to think like how to approach that. I'll probably have to get in person. Get in person. Hit some of these conferences maybe. I don't know honestly how these things take off, or at least developer tools like that. Property of is it a property of API keys? A valid API key is a bearer credential. Whoever possesses it can exercise its allowed permissions. Okay. All right, let's not think about this right now. Okay, let's get back to the contact identity and how we might approach extending the memory system to web chat. So here's another problem right now. So this web chat, it's not super critical, and I need to chill on the features. I mean, literally, maybe even this week, I might deploy this thing to AWS. It's just as soon as I deploy to AWS, I'm going to start getting billed by AWS, right? And what I could do is I could scale down the node groups and scale them back up. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing, Osiris, is I'm trying to kind of finish building it and then get out there and sell it. To be completely real, I could probably could start selling it before I was done building it, or at least start opening up conversations. But I haven't done that yet. But we're kind of close to the finish line. I'm gonna get this deployed very, very soon. Just because it's time for me to generate some real value inside of my other business with agents. Because I kind of took the long road. I could have maybe just used like the OpenAI Assistance API or the Agents SDK, right, and deployed something faster. But Blue Cactus is going to allow me to have fully omni-channel. And really, at first I built the voice, and this is me just talking through it, but I built the voice agent. Then after a lot of conversations, I decided that maybe, we're going to start with email instead of voice. Just because there was a time where the voice agent, it's funny, but I test the voice agent and it seems to be working pretty good. Then I'll get some non-technical truck driver to test it, and they like the way they communicate with it. It's almost like I've gotten used to communicating with it. But I'll have some random non-technical person talk with the voice agent, and there'll be some edge case where the agent has some strange behavior that I have to go patch, right? So then I made the determination, all right, what's the easiest thing to deploy first is email. And so for the health events, I'm going to do email first. And then with the web chat, I'm going to embed that web chat support agent. But the idea is eventually I'm going to have full omni-channel where we can do voice, email, and web chat, then extend the memory system across all the channels. Now, here's the issue, though. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, uh, anyway, so here's the web chat. Now, here's the issue with the web chat is when people are, it's hard to have you can have a memory system that's just inside of this session, right? But to extend like persistent, yeah, no, okay, that's what you mean, Osiris. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, no, I need to kind of, and I do that sometimes. Sometimes I just kind of walk around and just try to talk to it while I'm doing other stuff and distract, burp in its face, like try to mess with it. But I need to do that more. And that's what's interesting is in traditional software, you kind of knew the inputs and outputs, right? So it was easier, I feel like, to test edge cases. I never did like really aggressive unit testing in my apps, at least, just because I always knew what the shape of the data looked like. But with agents, because it's generative, right? It's like testing it seems more complex. And really, I think that's where a lot of my value is going to come in when I do deploy these systems is, working with the customer to kind of work out all these edge cases, right? Or try to test these agents. And that's why I created the evaluations. But anyways, the problem with web chat is when someone is chatting, and I'll actually let the agent. Okay, so explain why persistent memory is challenging with our web chat. Very concisely explain that to me. It's because we really don't have any... Okay, persistent web chat memory is challenging because we can identify a conversation but not reliably identify the person across conversations, right? So conversation ID identifies one chat thread. A new browser, cleared storage, or another device creates a new identity. An anonymous browser ID provides continuity, but it does not prove who the visitor is. An email typed in a chat is only claimed, not verified. So that's a problem too. It's like we can't just say, who are you? And then they tell us who they are and we believe them, right? Because then they could start accessing memories from some random customer. Retrieving private memories for an unverified visitor could expose one person's information to another. Interesting. So, okay, so... Okay, so now walk me through kind of how we thought about approaching this, where a third-party customer would have to have their own authentication mechanism and then pass that identity to us. And then tell me right now, the voice service doesn't have persistent memory yet, right? Or we're extracting and storing memory to Postgres, but it's only associated with a single session, right? And what's crazy too is, did you see, I don't know if anyone saw the Grok build. So it looked like Grok build, and I never used that CLI yet. But Grok build, it looks like he was just straight up uploading, he was just uploading your entire code base to an AWS S3 bucket, which is outrageous. I mean, it really makes you wonder too, and I'm not making any accusations or accusing anyone of anything, just to be clear, but Elon did have access to every single American's tax information. From what I understand, they just kind of opened up all of our American sensitive data to Elon, right? And so why we trusted him with that, I have no idea, honestly. No idea. But, it makes you wonder, right? Like, because with that information, if you know exactly how much money everybody makes in the United States, it could help you influence an election, right? Or it's just data that I don't really know if I don't really want like a private citizen billionaire having access to. Yeah, that's why. That's why. And it makes sense. It makes sense. But who knows? Maybe he might have uploaded that to an S3 bucket, I don't know. I'm just talking out of my butt. But who knows what he did? I mean, to be fair, he's probably not that in the details, maybe, where he probably didn't approve that, or that might have been some engineer made a mistake, or they didn't it was not intentional that they did that. But it made me kind of want to think about like this ZDR, or this zero data retention policies that these different AI companies have. Definitely made me curious, and made me want to go read some of that fine print. Yeah, I know, right? I would too, actually. So let's see. Okay, let's read through this. The third-party auth approach would work like this. Okay, so visitor logs into customer's website. Customer already knows it's stable. User account ID. Okay, so the idea is that you have this web chat. It's embedded, right, using this widget, right? So you would embed this into your system. Then what would happen is if you wanted to use persistent memory, or have memories scoped to an organization for your customer that would live across all sessions, right? And the way that Codex is doing memory right now in Claude is they are using that markdown file, right, that lives on your local machine. But when I open up Codex on another machine, some of these memories don't persist across machines. Some of my ChatGPT memories do. Now, the difference between that and this is with ChatGPT, you're logging in and we know your identity because you're logging in with your email, right? This is a scenario where I have a customer that embeds this into their system, and then they have an end customer that's going to be using it, right? But that, and I don't really know the identity of that end customer, right? There's really two end customers in this scenario. There's my end customer, and then there's my end customer's end customer. So anyway, so the idea is that what we're maybe going to have them do is, if they want to use this persistent memory feature, they're going to have to do an authentication, authenticate their end customer, and after they do that authentication, they're going to have to pass that identity to us, right? So customer already knows it's stable. User account ID. Customer backend authenticates to Blue Cactus. Blue Cactus maps. Org customer identity issuer. External user ID. The customer's backend passes the identity. Okay. So it would kind of look like this: contact ID, assurance verified. I'm trying to think if there's problems with this, though. The browser would receive only narrowly scoped JWT. The customer's BC Live key or dedicated identity credential would remain server-side. BC Live key or dedicated identity credential would remain server-side. So, and we might not do this right now. It's kind of complex. Okay, I'm not sure I want to do this yet. It's a bit complex, but say that we wanted to implement a memory system just like voice that was just scoped to a single session. How would we approach that? And then I want to think through this identity thing again. So my concern is that someone gets a web chat, they expose that web chat, let's say on a public website, and they don't have any authentication mechanism. They just have it out in the public. In that case, my API key is going to be in the source code. Someone could check that in the dev console. I just want to know, could someone look at the network tab and then like start passing in or guessing, brute forcing identities to try to access memories of random customers? Help me understand that. What's funny is I couldn't even do this in Fable. Yeah, I know. That's what they did, man. That's what they did. I wouldn't put it past them at all. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see. I'm back. Okay. Are the kids revved up today? Okay. So, session is much simpler than persistent customer memory because it requires no customer identity at all. How session memory would work: random conversation ID, which Trailboss maps to a session. Session, such as, okay. We would store extracted memories against the internal session ID, but later turns in that inject those memories into the agent's context. Okay, with no memories. Okay, I think we're just gonna do session based memory right now. And not, eventually we're gonna do like persistent memory that lives across many sessions, right? Phone, email, and chat. It's kind of challenging to do that because when we do phone calls, we have the phone number, right? And then we can get their email ID. But even if someone tells us their email ID, can we really believe them that that's their email ID? So we'll have to think about that. That might be something that comes later. So I'm just gonna say, okay, so I want to include session memory. So can we extend our existing memory system to chat? How would you approach this? Two-factor authentic. Yeah. You know, that's an idea. I guess if you're like on the phone call and we could be like, we could send you, if you say you have an email, or you could say like, hey, this is my email. And then we could like email you a code maybe that you repeat back to us. And if they match, we link the phone number to the email, something like that. Really, the idea is like, I might have a customer. Sometimes he wants to email his agent. Sometimes he wants to do a phone call. Sometimes he wants to do chat. And if we could get those memories to extend across all channels, that would be awesome. I do know that there's some kind of like vulnerabilities with this, and we'd have to really think it through. But for now, we're just going to do session-based memory. Eventually, we need to extend that to email too, which we'll do. And also the MCP connectors. So we want Gmail, MCP maybe for web chat. Or I'm trying to think, for web chat, would it make sense? Maybe not email connection. I'm trying to think what MCP connector. We might want like a Google Calendar connector to the web chat. So you could book meetings, right? Same with email. I might want that Google Calendar MCP exposed to the email channel and exposed to the web chat channel. For now, I'm just gonna, they keep notes on the account for other human agents. Yeah, exactly. Now, people do these SIM card swaps. You know, I'm kind of, to be honest, some days after I'm done streaming, I think to myself, you know, and I enjoy the streaming, but I'm like, man, is streaming even worth it? Because I'm worried about the day that I get like some residential botnet DDoS, like what that guy was going through, Binary 69, or like some dude tries to SIM card swap me or something. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is eSIM now. Okay, so how would I implement it? Load memories after resolving the web chat session. Okay, let's go through this. Without introducing customer identity or cross-session memory. Extracted memory. For web chat, I would extend the second one first. Loads recent conversation history, currently the last 20 messages. Call save memory. I'm just curious, so why not implement this also now? Now, if someone's using the same browser and they close down a web chat session and then open up another one, will that still be the same session ID? All right, let's go try to do something in the game. let's see, what are we trying to? Anchor Marsh. Let's see if we can take another flight here to some other zone. Where do we need to go? After bike chain. Okay, let's go here. Okay, so that depends on what close means in the widget. Okay, I'm checking the loader storage and reset behavior now. Okay, yeah, if we want to complete session memory feature, I would implement the voice style working memory for web chat now too. Yeah, I don't want to keep it. It's still, what I noticed is the AI models will still say, like, you know, they'll try to phase the work in, which is fine. But, you know, I know that the model could probably implement both of these items at the same time. So we have, I guess we have a we have a working memory, which is a Redis-backed session summary and open loops used during the active call. And we have extracted memory, right, where we actually write these facts to the database. I just want to remember too. I just did something where I got this to, instead of me having to copy and paste this. Oh, you can do Control-C and then Control-V. And it'll actually put it straight there. Control-C, Control-V. Ah, I like that. Okay, so I'm gonna say, okay, remind me what data we include in that Redis session summary, and then walk me through again how you would approach this. Sends the latest. Okay, the complete web chat context would be recent conversation history, existing last 20 messages, working memory, session summary, and open loops like voice, extracted memories, explicitly save facts from save memory. All three would be scoped to the internal Trailboss session ID. Okay. Trailboss would update. Product model they own. Tool call, a workflow transition. Trailboss would update. Okay. Installing that would replace the current memory in web chat because the web chat sessions may last longer than calls. Redis should be treated as cache if the key expires. Rebuild it from persistent conversation events. Clicking the widget, this button only hides the iframe. It does not end or clear the conversation. Reopening it uses the same conversation in Trailboss. Preserves. Refreshing or navigating within the same tab preserves, so it submits the same. Closing the tab clears. Would normally create a new conversation. Opening another tab normally creates another. Transcript is also retained separately in iframe. Okay. Close. Yeah, can we do that? Assume that the next visitor is the same person. We should distinguish close / minimize. New chat. Oh, yeah, okay, hold on. Now, I know we are already passing the last 20 messages back to OpenAI, which was kind of the chat history. So does it make sense still to implement these memories? Help me understand this, because ultimately we do want the persistent memory across all channels, but really just doing the session-based memory or session-scoped memory to start. Yeah, I know. I always hear people talking about, and you know, I can feel it. Like, I need to slowly take myself out of the loop. Again, I'm just kind of trying to get these core things done, and I'm trying to understand what I'm doing. But I have noticed, like couple months ago, it felt like I needed to steer it, and less, I feel the need to like jump in and try to steer it, right? Which is interesting. So you can feel it getting more intelligent and running longer. But I know some people do these super long running chats, which is great. It's just like, like if this breaks in production, I need to like know what the hell is going on. And that's kind of why I'm taking this approach. I have this fear of like, if I just did 20 features, merge them all in, there's some side effects that I don't understand, which then even if that happened, I could still just use the agent, describe the side effect, and the agent should be able to go, then I could go like do the discovery work and understand why that side effect is happening. But part of the reason why I don't merge tons of PRs is because then there might be a side effect and I don't know which PR that side effect is associated with. But honestly, maybe this is just me like coping, thinking that I still need to stay in the loop. And so, yeah, no, for sure. The only thing, Osiris, the only thing is like, say I use work trees and we work on 10 features at the same time and we do them all and it submits PRs for all of them. And then I merge them all and then I test and then there's a side effect. Then at that point, how do I know like which PR that side effect is associated with, if that makes sense? Yeah, I know the LLM could just go like figure it out. So even that, but that's kind of why I do like one PR at a time. I like to do one PR test. And then after I test, I know, all right, it's associated with this feature that I just implemented. But those days are maybe coming to an end, honestly. I kind of feel it. So if they close the tab and like open the tab again, how would that work? I guess I'm trying to maintain the same session for as long as we can without having any security issue. Okay, let's see if we can go at least turn in these quests here. Let's go turn in this quest. It's funny, but I've actually never made it to level 70 in this game. And my buddy my childhood friend that I'm playing with, already got to 70. So I'm just trying to keep rowing the boat here, keep moving. Let's see. Okay, let's go go try and kill something over here. Before we do that though, let me look in here. Okay. Summary of the whole call. Okay. Reopening the website. Okay. Okay, be very concise. Give me your thoughts on us using our own memory mechanism and passing that to OpenAI versus just passing them the last 20 messages. The advantages and disadvantages, I guess. And then also the sessions and your thoughts on that and how we can try to maintain the same session for as long as we can without any security problems. Yeah, I know. I hear you. Sorry, so it makes sense. What's the point in vibe coding and pretending you will have to maintain it without the LLM? Yeah, I know. I just, but the thing is too is as I do this one PR at a time, I like right now I have the system in my head. I have a general idea of how the entire system works in my head. And does that matter anymore? Maybe not. Now, um, I guess it makes me more confident knowing I understand the system. Not that it's that important, right? Like, I could just go sell it, which I'm about to go sell this. I could go sell it, and if we have an issue, like say that I stop trying to understand as much, and I just keep rocking and rolling, more features, and then I just test it. I test it in the front end, try to make sure it's working. I sell it. Customers start having production problems. I could just like describe that problem to the LLM. Then the LLM would go review the code and then give me like a general idea of what to do, right? Now, that's probably, honestly, that's where we're headed, probably. But for me, because I know, like, when I'm selling this, I'm going to be in rooms with technical people too, right? And if they start asking me questions about the system, and obviously I'm not going to just like drop my pants and give them my architecture, but I think and I could be wrong, but I would feel more confident if I was able to, if I kind of had a general understanding of the system. But like, I wouldn't feel as confident walking into a meeting with the company that's doing 20 million in revenue with a team of like 10 engineers, or 5 engineers, walking in with a system that I just don't understand how it works. I know it works. I don't understand the way it's designed, right? But this could all just be me coping, trying to stay in the loop as a human. Yeah, I know. So, I mean, yeah, it's definitely kind of getting to the point where I might start deploying stuff faster. Because right now I'm sitting in the loop and I'm slowing it down, right? Yeah, you could, Osiris, you could. And honestly, I'm trying to think of like a reason why you couldn't just do that. But all I know though is like, say that I did sign up a pretty large customer. Like if there was the system started crashing and there was issues and shit, if I would feel a lot better being in the position I am now versus if like I kind of, because when I'm moving through this kind of at this pace, I digest it. Now, sometimes I wake up in the morning, I damn near, I forget certain things, right? And when I forget things, I end up asking the LLM. But yeah, I guess when I'm moving at this pace, I do feel like I have a better understanding. And so, like, I wouldn't be as, like, panicked, right? Like, if I had a customer, he's paying me a lot of money, and the shit is all just, like, crashing. And right now, we're up to, like, I want to say a good amount of services. I don't even know. Maybe 13, maybe 15 microservices right now that make up the system. The system's getting bigger. Now, do I need to understand the whole system? Probably not. And things are changing fast, for sure. But anyway, so let's get back to it here. Okay. The downside is that older details disappear. beyond that window. It reduces prompt size and creates. And again, I have, like, there's been moments where even when I'm working on this stuff, which is kind of freaky, but like 2 months ago, I felt like I was legitimately steering it. Now I kind of feel like I have conversation with it and I'm asking it questions so I can understand, but I'm not really changing, like, the first, like when it has a plan at the beginning, I tell it what I want to do. It generates some sort of idea of how we're going to approach it. And then, like 2 months ago, I would give it my feature. It would generate kind of an approach. And then I would start asking questions and probing it a little bit. Or I would like be pausing it and steering it. And then I would notice the approach would change. And I'd be like, okay, I feel like I need to keep steering it. Lately, yeah, I mean, that's kind of where we're going, Osiris, unfortunately. And so, and now I'm having discussion with it, but lately I feel like I'm having discussion and I'm really just learning. I'm learning because it is teaching. I do feel like I feel like I'm getting smarter. Like when I have these conversations, like I'm getting smarter as an engineer. Because like before AI, I didn't understand all this stuff, right? At least not to the detail that I kind of understand even now, right? So I also do that just to learn. But what I have noticed is as I'm communicating it, it kind of, after all the talking I do to it, at the end, the approach is almost the same as it was at the very beginning. And so that's when I've started to notice that. I'm like, oh shit, do I need to take myself out of the loop? Like, am I like just like slowing shit down, right? Yeah, that's what I do too. Um, but I'm getting to the point, Osiris, where what I might start doing is like, I'm going to use work trees and I might like open up 20 PRs in a day, right? Or 10 PRs in a day, right? I've got the 10 items I'm working on, 10 work trees, 10 PRs. Just let the agent, let Bugbot run, Codex PR review, Claude PR review, use the PR babysit to just loop, push it all, merge it all, then test aggressively. If there's a side effect, just investigate with the LLM. And that's where we're headed. I mean, that's where it feels like we're going. Now like Chase Bank, if Chase Bank started doing that and said it's just, I don't know, I'd get a little concerned. Now I'm not Chase Bank, right? But I am planning to like try to sell this to medium-sized businesses, not enterprise, because honestly, there's already people with funding that are going after like the top 500 companies in the world, right? I'm not going after them. I'm not going after like the smallest businesses. I'm going after like 5 million to 50 million, like right in that sweet spot. And this is where things get a little more serious. I'm not trying to go so big to where people are expecting me to have like those compliance certificates, right? Like SOC 2 or whatever. I'm trying to avoid any company that says, hey, I need, do you have these compliance certificates, right? I'm just not even going to do business with them. At least for now, I'm going to try to focus on, and it's going to be a grind. It is a little more scalable than consulting though, because consulting, at least with this, like one company might end up, if we can deploy one agent that works, they may do 10 agents per company, right? And so obviously it's going to be kind of a grind, and I'm going to have to avoid doing custom work. Try to do my best to avoid doing custom work. I may need to do some custom work to secure some customers, and obviously, when I get feedback, if it makes sense, I'm gonna do it, right? Yeah, just gonna try to avoid anyone that wants some compliance certificate. But anyways, even with those size companies, you know, if I had just like moved really, really fast, which I could do, and I haven't done it yet, and I don't know, I'm resisting it a little, I think. But you know, I probably could be moving faster for sure. But anyways, it kind of makes me more comfortable moving at this pace, at least for now. Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. It's true. Now, as soon as I get a deal, though, yeah, you're right. As soon as I should be moving fast and break things, right? That Facebook slogan, move fast, break things. Or I don't know if that was Google or Facebook. But, you know, I shouldn't be so worried about it. Honestly, I should kind of move faster. But for now, I am planning to do that. As soon as I get, like, we're almost done with the core system. We'll get it deployed to AWS, and then we might, like, build a real loop. I actually haven't seen any other vibe coder. People have loops, but I'm gonna, like, try to do a loop where I'm gonna get on stream, we'll add the issues, and we'll just, like, have a spreadsheet where we add our features, and then we'll see the loop run and spin up the work trees and push the PRs, and we'll kind of build the actual loop itself with full validation. And then what we can do is we can use the Cursor Cloud agents and, like, get our environments set up, and then use computer use to test it, which is kind of, that's really where it gets interesting, is if you can use the computer use to test. And then when you open up the PR, you can see that the agent validated the code using the computer use cloud environment to do the testing. That's kind of where it gets interesting, for sure. Anyway, so let's keep going here. So, okay. Explain this more. Now, I take that back. You know, there have been a couple moments where I steered it a little bit after asking questions, but less than I have in the past. And it made me consider taking myself out of the loop, actually. So, explain this more. I do learn, though. I feel like I'm getting smarter. Not yet. Let me look. And yeah, sorry, so oh yeah, I see it. Oh wow. Huh. Wow, wow. I didn't see those. I didn't see those on social media. Whoever made this prediction, they were right. I wonder if they're an insider. Now, what's the purpose of this, though, is what I'm trying to understand. Like, what's the end goal? Is this just like a fun thing? Or are they moving? Is this like a pivot in a direction where you don't even need your keyboard anymore? You know, you don't even use a keyboard? Or we're going to have a new version of the computer or something? Yeah, I guess it was logical. I guess we're moving away from the keyboard, right? It makes sense. I guess, is this like the early steps towards a direction where the whole form factor changes and we don't even like use, where there's a whole new form factor where we don't use keyboard anymore. We don't use traditional computer screens or something. I don't know. It's an interesting first release though, for sure. First hardware release. Okay, let's keep moving. Okay, so returning. Okay, return when the customer reopens the website, the widget reads the resume token from local storage. Got it. Okay. Okay, great. I like the local storage approach. So now tell me again, I mean, what would you do? Would you, for the memory, would you send the last 20 messages or would you implement our memory mechanism? Okay, so it's only... Okay, got it. So it's only the most recent 20 messages. If a session is like 400 messages long, there may be facts that we can remember from earlier in the conversation. Is that what you're discussing? Yeah. Hey, did you see the new hardware from OpenAI, Alex? Um, it's pretty interesting, actually. Kind of cool. It's definitely I wasn't sure exactly what hardware they were gonna release first, but can't say I was expecting this. Looks pretty cool though. Yeah, they're dropping hardware. It's called the Codex Micro. I know, that's what I said too. Holy. So let's see. Okay, great. So I don't speak Spanish. I don't know what this guy's saying right now. But okay, it sounds good though. So okay, let's say... Okay, so tell me the approach of how we're going to implement the memory system, and I want to do the Redis working memory and also the Postgres memory, the full mechanism that we use from voice, um, and also the approach to add local storage to web chat. And make certain that this approach will not interrupt the email channel or the email adapter or the voice adapter. Now, one thing, Osiris, I did steer it was originally it built this new service, which hold on, let me pull up the new service. And is this really important? I don't know, but let me see. Voice at China. No, it's okay, so originally this service, which is the new adapter for the web chat, was in Node. And now I did steer the agent to write it in Go. And there's actually a reason why Go is a lot better for this, and because it uses a lot less memory. Like if I have many different web chats streaming, Go can handle like way more sessions and use a lot less memory than Node for this particular service. And I don't want to butcher this explanation, but it did try to write it in Node. But for the way that I'm going to deploy this, Go makes a lot more sense. And Alex, I don't know if you saw yet, but so I have a new. You can now add web chat agents, right? So we have, it's full omni-channel now. I have voice agents, email agents, and web chat agents. You can create a web chat agent, and if I come to settings, we had to create a new API key for these web chats, because these web chats live, or we needed to create a key that could live in the client code. So here you can see it's just a, this is what you embed. So you can generate a web chat agent. And then you have this embed code here, and you can embed this straight into your front-end HTML. So one of my customers could embed this, and then they have their own chat that's assigned to an agent. So we had to create a new API key that was scoped in an appropriate way. So we mint a JWT token. We have this traditional API, and this is the API key that you use for, we're going to use this for our MCP server, our RESTful API. And also we use it for webhooks, these webhooks. When you send a webhook, you include this API key in your header. But what was happening with this API key, our authentication service authenticates it. And then we mint a JWT token. We sign a JWT token, and that JWT token is what we use to call all the other internal services. So with this API key, if this API key got exposed, somebody could curl our system, we'd return or mint a JWT key, return it to them, and then they could use that JWT to start calling different endpoints of our different services. Even though some of these services are not going to be exposed to the internet, they're just internal services, so it's not that critical. But still, there was like a security issue because this this web chat key lives inside the client source code. So anyways, we had to create a new API key and scope it so it only could kind of use that web chat agent. And then you add your allowed origin. So you add your website. So like even if if this wasn't localhost, and it was, man, this is embarrassing, but I can't, I don't remember. Here we go. It'll actually say chat is not authorized for this site. And that's because the origin is localhost right here. So then if I add localhost, now it works, right? So anyways, let's come back over here. So what we're doing right now is we're extending our memory mechanism. So we have a memory mechanism that a memory mechanism for our voice agent, and we're using that same memory mechanism, and now we're extending it to web chat here. So that's what we're working on. So let's see. Okay, the approach should be additive and web chat specific. We will reuse the voice memory concepts without rerouting or modifying existing voice and email execution paths. Okay. We're going to add a web chat memory worker, and this is going to be in Redis. This is what the it will maintain. So this is kind of what lives inside of our Redis working memory. So you have a session summary, last summarized event cursor. So what this does is pretty much every time there's a completed turn, or there's a tool call, or a transition inside of the workflow, right? So here we have a workflow, which is just one website concierge, and we need to really work on this because this is bad right here. We're going to use Fable to see if we can make this more legible. It's easy when you're using the chat interface, but what this allows you to do is like you can hit this integrations node and then come back to this is really bad. We got to work on this. Come to product questions, get to setup help node, come back to product questions, jump to human escalation, come back to product questions. So it's kind of like they're all recursively connected. But anyway, so this is going to be a memory. So anytime any of these items happen, we store that in Redis. And then we have session memories too that we actually store in Postgres. So we have some memories that live in Redis, our memory database, some memories that live in Postgres. And I think I'm ready to do this. So I'm going to say, okay, I think we're ready to do this. But before we do it, can you just very concisely explain, and we had discussed this earlier. At first, we built this web chat edge adapter in in Node. But then after thinking through it, we decided to move it to Go. So I just want you to explain how when I deploy this to AWS EKS, why if we use Node and there was many chat sessions that were handling streaming, why that would be a lot more resource intensive using Node versus Go. So now this is what I did steer it, Osiris. I actually did steer it to move to Go from Node. And so my human brain did do that. Okay. Okay, well, explain like a node would need, if we use Node, we would need more replica pods where many more connections can live in one Go pod, right? I need to think about it, actually, maybe even more, but hold on, let's see what it says. Because I know Node can handle a ton of I/O. Excuse me. Interesting. So it's not even CPU bound work. Okay, so even though this is not CPU bound work and it's IO memory bound, we still prefer Go for this service, right? I know for the email adapter we're using Node, and we had help me understand why we did this again. Yeah. Well, now it's funny, but now it's kind of, I asked it again, and it's kind of giving me different language now. It's almost like I pushed it into using Go. But let's look at it again. So I have a Gmail adapter, and the Gmail adapter pulls my Gmail inbox. So let's see. Yes, we still prefer Go for Web Chat Edge, even though it is primarily I/O bound. The distinction is the connection lifecycle. Okay, so this is important. So, Web Chat Edge holds many concurrent, long-lived streaming connections. So, in each one of these connections is, and I want to say, is it server-sent events or is it WebSockets? Are we using SSE or WebSockets for these connections, or how do these work? Yeah, I honestly, Osiris, I'm kind of laughing about it too, man. Honestly, I know that I know we're all getting squeezed out of the loop, you know. So it's like I'm hanging on to whatever that saying is, you know. I'm reaching for branches. Okay, not WebSocket. The widget sends an HTTP post. Web chat edge waits for trail boss. Okay. Okay, so now we know that. Explain again why we use Node for the email adapter and why we preferred using Go for the web chat adapter. Or how does the CLI put me back in the loop, though? I think I'm sticking on the desktop app. I mean, I don't have any problem with the CLI. I just, I don't know, the desktop app, you know, if like my entire workflow lived inside of a terminal and I had all these bash scripts running in my terminal and stuff doing different things, then I'd be like, all right, let me just stay in the terminal. But I mean, even in ChatGPT now, you can run these scheduled cron jobs now, right? Inside of Codex. Oh, it says Codex now. I swear that used to say ChatGPT. Yeah. Well, I know they pushed the experimental features, Osiris, I think, to the CLI first, too. So one nice thing though about this is you can do I could do I was using Codex from my phone. So what I would do is sometimes I actually finished a feature one time on the elliptical on the stair stepper. And I did it from my phone and I was able to continue the sessions from my phone. I don't know if you can do that from the CLI. I could be wrong. I'm not sure. Okay. Email Edge uses Node because it is workflow orchestration. That work is bursty, API heavy, and closely aligned with Node-based Trailboss code and data structures. Node is productive and scales perfectly well for it. Rate limits, forward turns, and manage cancellation timeouts. Hold an SSE response open while each turn is processed. Go gives us a small static service, predictable memory. All right, so just kind of explain. So like if we had many SSE connections open in Node, that would use a lot more memory than like Go, right? So like say I have 500 customers using web chat. And they're we have 500 SSE connections open. Node would be a lot more memory heavy in that scenario, right? You know, and I know Node is like great for IO memory bound work. So, you know, I don't know, maybe language is really not as important as it's going to become less and less important. Node would likely use more memory but I would say a lot more. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's like nothing for Node. Okay, so tell me one more time. Why did we prefer Go? For handling is there any CPU bound work in the in this web chat adapter? And so why does everybody reach for Node for IO memory bound work? Yeah, it's Codex now. Huh. Really, man, you could use Go or Node. I mean, Node handles IO fine, right? And this is the last question on this, and then we're going to implement these items. But kind of explain how Go routines distribute that work across the CPU versus how Node just, I guess, is like one thread running on top of the CPU, right? I mean, Go is non-blocking too. They're really both non-blocking operations. So Node is like one event loop thread. What's crazy about Node is it only uses one CPU core. So like even if you have a CPU with many cores, it puts like an event loop on top of that CPU one core. Or no, I think it might be, is it really using one core? Hold on. Does it really only use one CPU core, or it distributes work to one core at a time? Sorry, guys, we're going kind of technical here, but I actually have a curiosity about this a little bit. Okay, yeah, so it'll asynchronously do non-blocking work, but it distributes work to one core at a time on the CPU. Okay, then tell me how Go works and the advantages of that for our web chat edge. Well, you could do, so I've built applications and I always get slightly confused, but it's so the event loop is non-blocking asynchronous, right? But you could also do non-blocking asynchronous with promises, right? So it's still non-blocking, but you could do things sequentially in order, right? I think it is async, Osiris. It's, yeah, so it's, so by default, though, Node is asynchronous non-blocking, right? Yeah, so by default, Node is actually asynchronous non-blocking, which means it'll never block a CPU core, right? Now, you can do, and the whole thing with Node, or with this Node, with when you have one event loop, if you do CPU bound work, it can actually block the event loop. If you do CPU bound work in Node, it can block the event loop, right? Now kind of give me a compare them, right? Because we decided to use Go. So just tell me like how the web chat edge would have worked on Node in terms of, you know, the asynchronous behavior and how that work gets scheduled on the CPU cores versus Go and how Go's going to work. Honestly, Osiris, you're over my head now. It's actually my curiosity driving this right now. You know, I could just, honestly, I could have just swept this under the rug, and I don't even need to understand this right now, to be honest. But okay, so this is the thing. If you're ever doing, and honestly, it wasn't until AI that I started to understand this, but like one thing you can ask your LLM is like, is this service doing CPU bound work, or is it doing IO memory work? Like even you with your project, Osiris, your project might be using a lot. I don't know if that operation's CPU bound, but it might be doing more CPU bound operations to do what you're doing. But you know, like Node, you want to reach for Node, I think, when it's doing a lot of IO. Now, CPU bound work, if you don't handle it right asynchronously, I think that you can block your event loop. Oh, wow. Anyways, let's keep going here. Josh can block. Okay, here it looks like. Okay, so there's an incoming turn in web chat. Node is an event loop callback. Here's new lightweight Go routine. I don't love this comparison. CPU processing. One expensive callback. But this won't happen if you do this asynchronously, right? To be honest, man, a lot of these languages, you can almost do anything with these languages, right? Like you can bend them to do what you need to do. This actually blocks the event loop. Okay, so we do have some CPU bound operations, right? So even though we're distributing these asynchronously, inside of those asynchronous requests, there is CPU bound work. If that CPU bound request has a delay on the response, that will block the entire JavaScript event loop, right? Now that's where you have error handling too, right? Like it never should just hang. Like this, even if this is a CPU bound call, it should never just, you should have like error handling where if the request doesn't come back or something, it just drops it and moves on, right? for those. Ah, so here's really what's interesting. Okay, but doesn't JavaScript, even though it's asynchronous, when those CPU operations happen, they still happen on different cores, right? And then we got to move on. I'm getting a little too wrapped up in here. Does not automatically move after an await completes node's main JavaScript thread. Okay, well, I thought like if you had an asynchronous operation in the background, even though it's operating on one thread, JavaScript would schedule that work, or Node would schedule that work on new CPU cores. It did mention that somewhere, right? Hold on. Like this. I thought it did that. Let's see what it says here. Oh, the operating system does it. Okay. Monitors the network socket. Main JS thread processes other callbacks. OS reports that their response is ready. Ah. Okay, so now explain how Go works, right? So those CPU operations will happen on many different cores on the CPU, right? And kind of explain that. Or show me a diagram or a visualization of Node versus Go and how this works. And relate it to what our service. I mean, before LLM, dude, I had a smart engineer because we ended up handling a service called geofencing in my telematics video product, and we have tons of cameras in the field, and they all send GPS data like once every 3 seconds. We made that a little more delayed over time, but we have a ton of real-time data coming in, and so we had to use asynchronous with promises to handle that. Yeah, so here's kind of like an idea of actually Node versus Go, right? And kind of the difference, right? So I'm gonna say okay, great. I like this diagram, but now give me this diagram again, and then in the diagram explain, I guess, what the scenario is where there could be a blocking operation where Go would handle it and Node would struggle. And then we're gonna go implement this. Let's get this web chat working. It's already working, but let's get the memory system, and then we're gonna test it a little more. And then we're gonna maybe get like our RESTful API, stand up the RESTful API maybe. Okay, let's see. Okay. Make sure you guys can see this. Okay. So Go routines become runnable. Well, it continues on core 1. Callback becomes ready, ABCD. Single event loop queue, ABCD. One core executes a 200 millisecond synchronous CPU. B, C, and D are ready but cannot execute. Yeah, so CPU, it's weird. Even though it's asynchronous because it stays off the event loop, but it kind of still happens sequentially, right? So a node, even though it's asynchronous and frees up the event loop and non-blocking, those operations still execute sequentially, right? Where in Go, they don't execute sequentially like that, right? Yeah, very interesting. Interesting. So that's really, in a nutshell, and I'm not an expert, but in a nutshell, that's kind of one of the core differences of Node and Go. So like when people say that language doesn't matter at all, it doesn't matter. It does matter, like when you get into, and even me, this node is heavier. Like when I deploy this on AWS EKS, I might need an extra server. If I use Node, I might have to pay for an extra server. Where Go is more lightweight, right? The runtime is not as heavy, and it's not. I know it at a very high. It doesn't use as much memory, for sure. And also, if it does scale, which, I don't know, if I end up getting a big enterprise customer, I may need to scale for real, right? And handle a lot of stuff. And so whatever, I think Go, for certain reasons, Go is like a better choice, I think. I'm going to be right back. I'm getting I'm going to get an espresso, and I'm going to take a whiz. So I'll be right back. Yeah. Now, will me kind of thinking through some of this stuff give me an edge, um, and maybe give me an edge on latency um, versus other agent products? That's to be determined. Again, if you're just a vibe coder trying to, and you need to earn money, and I really need to do this too, and we're gonna start selling. And we can go through some marketing stuff. We'll think about SEO. But like, if you're trying to earn quickly, you don't need to think about any of this, just to be clear. And I'm going a little overkill with this. It is some of my curiosity. I have a kind of a deep burning curiosity, and it's very interesting. And before LLM, I would have never understood all this, right? So that's why I kind of go through it, and we'll see. It may give me that, because latency is critical when it comes to these agents, right? Like, if my agent is a little bit faster, we might have a better conversions than an agent that has more delay at scale. Now, am I at scale right now? No. We need to get the first customer in the door. But one customer, depending on how big they are, it could still scale pretty big, depending on how many customers they have or what the volume of like requests is. Anyway, so that's why I chose. That's my long-winded discussion on why I chose Go. And Osiris said, okay, you're talking about the Pentium. I'm not familiar with that. I'm assuming it's a CPU. Okay, you're building performance and benchmark tools for the new pipeline. Cool, Osiris. I'll say, okay. Okay, I think we're ready to build the local storage to maintain sessions, and then our memory mechanism. Give me your approach one more time. Just kind of breezing through this one more time. Okay. This is a good song. Okay, and web chat. Okay, complete session. Okay, all right. So does anyone still use plans? I mean, I might still, I don't even see plan mode here anymore. Is plan mode even a thing? Oh, it is. Okay, let's build a plan for this. And for now, we can just stay on our feature branches. We already have PRs open in these different submodules, so we can continue working in these open PRs. Oh, wow. Okay, while this builds the plan, we're gonna see if we can kill something here, or take down a mob. I probably shouldn't use that term on stream. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's a new service, so you can stay on main. Okay, cool. Oh, let's get to it. Oh, okay. So I have one new service. It's the new adapter service for the web chat. And that one's on the main branch. Because we just didn't open a PR because it was a brand new service. So I just said, hey, just stay on main. Staying on main is chill. Yeah, I know. It feels good, alright, Osiris. It's I can't say it's, for me, it's always a work in progress, you know, but it's just I gotta get this. It's time for me to earn or to you know, this is a moment in time, right? You know, for sure, to build products with AI. And there's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur. I don't like that I can't see this, right? Why can't I see this? They're giving me a timer. Why are they giving me a timer? Hold on. I don't like that. The hell, we can do a rolling summary, I guess. It's fine. I don't like how it's giving me a countdown timer. I can't even see it either. I can't see the full. Now I can if I hover over it. It's okay though, I guess. How should visitors explicitly leave the resumable conversation? Yeah, just new chat only, I think. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So I don't like being on a timer like that. I guess some people probably don't know what to respond with, and so, you know, or maybe you don't like any of the responses, and so it just the agent will. I guess they don't want to block the agent. Probably, they don't ever want it to just block. Because maybe I went, you know, maybe I told it to do something, and I go walk off, and I go do something else, and I come back and it's still stuck on those questions. You know, I guess that wouldn't be good. Yeah. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Yeah. No, we're going to get this deployed, and, you know, it's going to be a, I'm going to start, I'm probably going to pay for like the LinkedIn sales thing. Start trying to find executives or in that vertical. Also, I'm going to use web scraping to like find companies in the fleet management vertical. I may hit some conferences, and not approach like trying to sell immediately. Just start see if I can get some meetings open, right? Just to discuss fleet management, agent safety, and just say, hey, I just want to open that discussion, right? And business guys that are serious enough. And that's one thing too, is like right now I'm in like hardcore builder mode. And so I'm not taking a lot of conversations right now from really anybody. But that's going to need to change, right? I mean, to need to continue coding. We're going to continue building, never stop building. But I'm going to kind of switch more to like business mode and start opening up discussions, taking more conversations, and keep conversations flowing. Because really, the more people you talk to, can give you a lot of ideas and feedback too, right? There's like some point of diminishing return from that. I think you just need to make sure you're having the right conversations, but it's definitely kind of start that feedback loop. Keep a hash. Should the anonymous resume token remain stable for its 7-day? It's fine. Yeah, I know, but I mean, the conversations aren't that hard, but they do, they, I mean, and I take business calls anyways, like I still am taking some calls, but, need to start having more conversation. I will say the streaming is, you can kind of, sometimes when these streams are over, they can be a bit exhausting for sure. But just got to find that balance there. Because I do believe in the streaming. I believe in the networking and trying to build this community and of other smart people. And it's I'm not a big, and that's why I started streaming, really, because I'm not a huge networking guy. But I know to take this to the next level that, that network's important. And so that's kind of one of the objectives of streaming. I'm just, we'll see. Just gotta keep pushing. Okay. I mean, see, in Osiris, the reason why I don't, is because I've been running that fleet management business for a long time, and I used to talk to like everyone that came into my email. I'd give them 30 minutes. And I did that for years. I would I would talk to sales guys. I'd pick their brain. I have all the time. I have distributors reaching out, trying to get me to sell different cameras. And I would open up conversations. Sometimes I would talk to them. I would learn new things about their product, about their strategy, about their partners. And I would take conversations. At some point, I just got, I had to like slow that down. I don't know exactly what shifted, but I rotate back and forth into full builder mode, full build mode, and then kind of business mode, build mode, business mode. But I need to get a better balance where I'm building and taking conversation, and doing those in parallel. Okay, why can't I open this? Okay, here we go. But I will say, like, when I used to take and now I feel bad sometimes because I have lots of people in my email, trying to just set up conversation with me. And you do get some value out of every conversation. so it's like you just got to make sure you kind of stay balanced, and you kind of focused with the conversations that you do have, at least in my experience. Okay, hold on. Let's review the plan slowly. Okay. Delivery and branches, implementation changes. All right, I think we're, I've walked through this so many times at this point. I think we're good. Okay, so it's gonna do all this. Hold on. Okay, so Redis is actually installed via Homebrew. We don't need to use the MCP. That's a different Redis cluster. Yeah, Osiris, and that's part of my issue too. Is if I like to talk. I do like to talk, and so and honestly, I'm still trying to understand how to manage the community. I don't know if I want to take a lot of one-on-one conversation, or if I want to try to keep conversations like inside the Discord server, and then every now and then join the voice channel, like before stream. Maybe I join the voice channel for 30 minutes. Or something like that, because I know if and obviously we haven't really grown yet, but if we do grow, I know there's going to be, because there's other people that have reached out to me directly on Discord, and they want to have conversation too, right? And I know that might turn from 1, 2, 3 people to 10, 15 people wanting to have conversation, and so I just want to manage that a little bit. But yeah, I mean, part of my thing is I get into discussion, and then I like to keep talking. But and that's just a personal thing. But yeah, I definitely want to, I'm motivated to try to turn this community into something, right? And I know to do that even if it's not my natural kind of behavior to be very, very social, right, that I want to do that, but manage it to where I can keep building, talking, etc., right, taking conversation, and balance it without getting exhausted, right? And I know, obviously, I don't have anyways, yeah, that's kind of it. So let's see. Okay, let's just say this here. Yeah, no, yeah. But we'll I am planning to talk to the community. I mean, I'm not going to leave the whole community hanging. I mean, at least for right now, I'm going to do a lot of the communication on stream, but and hopefully we can get some traction. I know that if I said until I become, all I need to say is I saw some other streamer, I think, what's his name? Ray Fernando, and he had some video. He has a new series, until I'm a billionaire, and actually, the one Dio Burren, he had a funny title where it was until I'm a trillionaire. That one actually made me laugh. But whatever. We're gonna keep pushing. I think we can still grow this without without that finance focused title, or not finance focused, but without that title. I have seen other streamers though. If you put that $1 million title, I mean, it definitely, because I guess there's a lot of entrepreneurs that want to earn, right? They want to earn. They want to figure out how to earn dollars, and so I think that titles relates to a lot of people, right? Which makes sense. But anyways, we're going to do our best to. I'm going to do my best to stay consistent and keep growing this community. Let's see. Hold on, I'm getting attacked again here. Yeah, you know what I have noticed though, Osiris, is I do feel like some of the people that are coming into first time here, day 42, give me the contextual download. Hey, Mr. Word. Yeah, so we're building a an agent system right now. So we have email agents, we have web chat agents, email agents, and voice agents. And so today we're completing the work on the web chat agent. I also have a telematics video business, coaching node group, that I'm not working on right now. But I have a telematics video business where we sell dash cameras to people that have fleets of vehicles. Those dash cameras trigger events like a hard brake, hard turn, a quick acceleration, following too closely, fatigue, distraction, smoking, seatbelt, stop sign, speeding, and the camera generates events. And so that's one business. And then we have the agents business. So, and really I built this agents product because we're going to be deploying agents into our telematics video business. So today we're working on this embedding a web chat. So we have a voice agent, which if you haven't heard the voice agent, what I'll do for you actually is I want to, and I don't want to get too distracted with the current work, but we'll make one test call here. But yeah, Osiris, what I noticed is, some people here I'm getting a little more, at least what I notice in my chat is a little more deep conversation. People seem a little more technical, maybe. Just some small differences. But here's the voice agent.
Hi, I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI, and I'm happy you're here. What can I help you with today?
Hey, Bella, are you a human?
I'm an AI phone assistant, not a human, but I'm here to help just like a friendly teammate. What would you like to do next with Blue Cactus AI?
Yeah, my camera in my vehicle has like a flashing light.
Let me check what that warning light usually means for your system and how to handle it. A flashing light can mean different things. On a CP4S, blue blinking during startup is normal, red is a warning, and green is network or communication. If it keeps flashing or looks like a warning, please check the device status in your dashboard or contact support for help.
Okay, how about GPS pricing? Do you have any information on GPS pricing?
Sure. Let me check the latest GPS pricing details so I can point you the right way. Yes. For example, one Ranger fleet option lists Ranger GPS Lite at $57 per vehicle and $11 per month, and Ranger GPS Pro at $93 per vehicle and $17 per month. Pricing can vary by package, so if you tell me your needs, I can help narrow it down.
Hey, Hey, Mr. Word. So right now, I just put it on mute, but this is the voice agent, and I'll show you what that workflow looks like. So if I come to the workflow, right now we're on the intro node. So this intro node has tools associated with it, and those tools are doing RAG. So if I come to my knowledge base, you can see the different documents we have. And this is synced up with Google Drive. So you can upload all your PDF and business knowledge into Google Drive. And then we can pull those documents down as collections and assign those collections to agents. So what's happening right now is I'm on the intro node. I asked it some questions that are related to the PDF documents that I have set up as collections, and it did a RAG and retrieve that information from the PDF, and now the voice agent has that information. What I'm about to do is I'm about to tell the agent that I want to set up a demo, and we'll go from this intro node to the demo booking node. And let me pull up my calendar real quick, so we can actually look at my calendar. Let me go into the calendar. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna pull over my calendar, and I'm just gonna tell the agent, or let's bring the calendar over here. Let's bring it right next. Ooh, did I just? Okay, no, here we go. So I'm just gonna say, okay, you know what? I think we're ready to. I want to set up a demo.
Got it. You'd like a demo setup. Let me get that started for you. Thanks for your interest in a demo. What's the best email to reach you for scheduling?
Yeah, first, can you tell me what your availability is on the week of the 20th?
Okay, let me check that week on the calendar and walk you through each day. Monday, July 20th is busy. Tuesday, July 21st is available. Wednesday, July 22nd is available. Thursday, July 23rd is available. Friday, July 24th is available. Saturday, July 25th is available. Sunday, July 26th is available.
Okay, you know what? I think the 21st works.
Nice. What time on Tuesday, July 21st works best for you?
3 p.m. would work for me.
Great. Before I lock in Tuesday at 3 p.m., I need your email for the invite. What's the best email to use?
Yeah, my email is bluehedge@gmail.com.
Please confirm the email I heard. BLUEH3DGE@gmail.com. Is that correct?
Yep, you got it.
Perfect. I'll quickly confirm your email and make sure that time is still open before booking it. I've got your email confirmed. Before the booking can go through, I still need your name and the number of vehicles in your fleet. What's your first name and how many vehicles do you have?
Yeah, my first name is Bobby, and I have 19 vehicles.
Thanks. I'll add those details and finalize your demo time. You're all set for Tuesday, July 21st at 3 o'clock p.m. You'll get a calendar invite by email shortly.
Okay, great. And hey, I forgot to mention that can your sales guy have enterprise pricing ready when I join this meeting?
Got it. I'll note that for you and keep things simple. I've noted that the sales rep should have enterprise pricing ready for your demo.
Okay, and hey, one more thing. Also, I'm going to have a 30-minute hard stop on this meeting.
Okay, I'll keep that timing in mind for the meeting. Perfect. I've noted your 30-minute hard stop for the demo.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm looking forward to your demo.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Have a great day.
Yeah, so that's the voice agent, and now you can actually see it's set up a demo. And when I click on this demo, it actually saved the memories to the calendar event details, along with the parameters that we captured, right? And this is like a transcript, and you can see in this transcript when we saved memories. And guys, please follow, like, and subscribe if you haven't already. It does help. So here's the memories that we saved. We can also see any tool calls that we made during the call and any details that we captured. And now if I come to sessions, I can actually see my different sessions, right? So I can look at this voice call and we can review this session, and I can see actually the full technical trace to see how long each turn in the conversation or each event in the conversation took, right? So this is full observability using OTel. And that's observability. We also have a call history. So here you can see, if I open this up, this is actually my call. And here you can see some call overview details, right? We could also load the recording if we wanted to load the recording and play the recording of the call. And we have some captured details here with the items that we captured. So like we provided the email, we provided the vehicles, there's a 30-minute hard stop. We have all the activity. We need to kind of work on this front end a little bit. We also have the latency, right? And the full technical stack trace of the call. Now we also have, web chat agents and email agents. And I could actually have a full conversation with a chat interface and say I have a landscaping business. And you can actually build agents just using chat, which is pretty cool. So what platform is this? I've used Twilio on 11 Labs, but you seem much further on this tech. Yeah, so I'm using Twilio, and then I'm using the GPT Real-Time 2 and Twilio to do this, which is pretty cool. I'm glad you're here, Mr. Word, because you're kind of familiar with voice agents, it sounds like. And then I can say, all right, which collection is going to be assigned to this agent? And you can confirm that collection. And then it's going to ask you some more questions about your agent, right? Thanks, Mr. Word. Appreciate that. And thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. Means a lot. I know. Hey, Alex. Thanks, man. I love that. Yeah, let me get those poisons going. So I also do some World of Warcraft Classic in the background. To be honest, I do a lot more coding than the gaming. But sometimes when we're waiting for agents, I'll go kill a mob. I don't know if anyone's familiar with World of Warcraft Classic. I really played it as a child. And so it's nostalgic for me. And they re-released this anniversary classic version of the game. But anyways, it's a lot of me just standing there in WoW, to be honest. But we try to kill some mobs when we can. So, and I won't go through all this because I wanna keep moving forward here. But let's come back to ChatGPT here. So that's the voice agent, and we also have an email agent where we can see emails that come into the inbox. And so you can pretty much build right now web chat agents, email agents, and voice agents. And right now what we're working on today is if I come to settings and then integrations, right now we have MCP connectors hooked up for Google Drive, Gmail, and Google Calendar. So we have all this authentication working. We also have full Google OAuth authentication. So you can integrate your Google Calendar, Google Drive, and Gmail, and then you can start setting up Gmail agents, voice agents, and web chat agents. Then we have webhooks. So really, agents can get triggered a few different ways. Like a voice agent could get triggered by a webhook or an inbound call. And a email agent gets triggered by like inbound emails hitting your Gmail inbox. As new emails come in, we suck in those emails, then we triage the email based off of the role of the agent. So we have like sales agents, support agents, etc. And we triage as the emails come in. We make sure we send the emails to the right agent. And then we also have a web chat agent, right? So the web chat agent is going to, it looks like it's a web chat like this. And I'll say, how can you help me? And this agent has a workflow behind it. And so this is what we're working on now. If I come to web chat, you can see here, we can actually set up a web chat key. And then it gives us an embed script. And you can actually embed this script right into the source code of your HTML, and you have a full web chat agent. I've made a bit of a website factory and was working on voice agent integration for lead capture for myself and small business clients. I got much further on the rest of it. The voice agent stuff, I didn't get far into that lane. To be fair, I haven't worked on it since April, and that new GPT model wasn't here yet. Yeah, this GPT real-time model is pretty incredible. And also, Mr. Word, eventually what I'm going to be doing is we're going to expose a MCP server, and we're going to expose a RESTful API for developers, so you can set up your own workflows, right? So, and I have Twilio too, so I could spin up a Twilio phone number for you, and you could have email agent workflows, a voice agent, and web chat agent, and I'm extending my memory system so it works across all channels. So anyways, what we're about to do right now actually is we're about to integrate a memory system into our web chat agent. And we have some open PRs right now. So these are all the PRs that are open. And this is what the PRs that we open to build the web chat agent. And also what I do is every time I open up these PRs, we have the cursor bug bot. The cursor bug bot PR review agent runs. The codex PR review agent runs. And we have the Claude PR review agent running. And so we actually have a PR, and this is our runtime service. This is our front end. This is our this is the service that is the chat interface, where you can chat and then build workflows. So I can open up a workflow, and I can, like, for instance, I could open this workflow, and I could say, describe this workflow to me. And it'll actually describe the workflow to me, and I can say, can you expand this workflow? Okay, and it expanded the workflow. Now I can say, so this is the technical issue reply node. I'm going to say, can you delete the technical, can't type right now, technical issue reply node. And it just deleted the technical issue reply node. So full chat interface where you can manage your workflows and modify your workflows. Anyways, let's get back. We're about to build out our memory system. So let's say, let's go back into plan mode. Okay, can you generate the plan again? I just like to click implement. I probably could have just All three. So I'm doing Codex app, and I'm using Fable right now while we have subsidized pricing, and I use Cursor. And I'm spending a lot on AI right now, to be honest. Yeah, I'm kind of flipping back and forth between all of them. Eventually, once the product gets more mature, I may cut back some of the subscriptions, but at least for now, we're gonna stick with this approach. So I've actually got Cursor. This is Cursor. We're gonna be using more Grok 4.5. I'm kind of just using the frontier intelligence right now to build out the core, like more complicated functionality. But eventually, like after I'm done making these changes, I'm gonna go into the Claude desktop app, and honestly, I every time I try to talk about anything security related, Fable 5, I hit these safeguards. But we're gonna use Fable 5 after we make the commits. I'm gonna have Fable 5 review the PRs. Okay, can you tell me all the PRs I have open in the Blue Cactus AI organization? Let's see if we can kill a mob too while we're waiting. Like, look, it just flagged me again for no reason. We're gonna have to go to a different chat. I mean, something as simple as like a basic, like I was just talking about my JWT tokens and it just falls back, which is crazy. We'll go okay, tell me all the PRs I have open in the Blue Cactus AI organization. Which sucks because I actually have a lot of context. What I could do is fork it maybe, but it'll probably just, what I'll do is I'll grab this plan. You know what? We don't need to. We're just gonna have, Fable 5 review after Codex completes its work. We're gonna have Fable 5 review it, review the commits. Oh wow, 600 million. Holy. Let's try to kill another. Wow, one of our services has 169 tests, which is insane. But yeah, Mr. Word, I mean, like, so one of the use cases for me, and I'll show you my other system real quick. Bring it over. So this is my telematics video business. So this is where I have dash cameras in my vehicles. And so I can click on these devices. And you can see the dash cameras also do GPS. They send telematics data. I can zoom into one of these devices. And zoom in. These are 3D vector map with a 3D object. It's a 3JS on top of Google Maps vector map. And then we're putting objects down on top of the map. And I also have this coaching platform. So this business is a lot more mature. I've been working on this for years. This is a staging server. but we have like a significant amount of cameras in the field. But what I'm doing with this is these cameras send events, right? And when we get the events, what I'm doing is, if I watch the video, we're looking for objects in the video and trying to determine the depth of those objects. And so we're kind of doing like an AI analysis of the event. So here's the forward-facing camera. You also have the driver-facing camera. So I'm looking for like relevant events that, like relevant safety events. And then what we do is then we build a 3D reconstruction of the event. So if I come to view reconstruction, you can actually see like this is a 3D reconstruction. I was actually at Brahms, I think, like getting some ice cream. That's not a great one. Let's see. Here's a better one. So a 3D simulation or a 3D reconstruction of the event. And then what we do is we build a report. So I build a report and kind of give you a snapshot of what happened during that event, what objects we detected in that event, what we observed from the forward-facing camera, and what we observed from the driver-facing camera, and our observations, and then some driver questions, right, for the driver. So the idea with this is to get proactive, identify risky driving behavior, make a determination of risky driver behavior pattern, and then try to distribute learning content to drivers in real time. Now, the reason the agent business was born is because I had two different immediate use cases for the agent, right? One of them is, three. One is a support agent. So we're going to include a support agent inside of this platform. And I'm going to have a page with a support agent. Then we also have, there's an event on the camera called an NVS event. And we also do a driver ID. So every time I get into the vehicle, it takes a picture of my face, stores it in a database, and then we do face analysis. And so this is how we're able to determine which driver is in a vehicle. But anyways, there's like three different use cases for agents right now. I have support agent. I've got an NVS, no video signal health agent. What that means is sometimes drivers get in the truck and they just disconnect. Yeah, it's, yeah, here you so, and that's one thing about this business is sometimes the drivers don't love you, but the fleet managers love you. And the thing is in this business, unfortunately, if you get into one accident that results in a fatality, even if your driver was innocent, right, just the legal costs to fight the case will put you out of business immediately. So, you know, being able to exonerate innocent drivers, but also proactively get in front of accidents is critical for people that manage larger fleets. But anyways, there's like, what I'm going to do is there's health events on these camera. There's an event called no video signal. So sometimes drivers get in the truck and they just disconnect the camera. And so if you start getting this event that says the camera's disconnected, I'm going to reach out with an agent to my end customer and then help them diagnose this event and figure out what to do next. We also have a SD card issue where the SD card sometimes has a format issue. And what you need to do when that happens is you need to format your SD card, or else sometimes drivers will get into an accident. They call me looking for the camera evidence. I go into the system, I look at the reports, and I see that the camera's been reporting a media error event. And then they don't have any evidence of the accident. And then we're going to have a coaching agent. So I'm actually going to have a coaching agent. That is going to reach out to drivers and help coach the drivers in real time. So anyways, that's kind of, that's my business that's generating income. And the reason why I'm able to even like sit here and do what I'm doing. But now we're kind of focused on this agent's business, and I'm going to use this this agents system to deploy agents across my entire business. And then what we're going to do is because I understand the fleet management domain, I'm going to start going after other fleet management resellers with these fleet management focused agents. So I'm not going to try to compete with the big, big workflow automation companies that have a shit ton of outside funding, right? We're going to, instead of selling infrastructure, we're going to sell outcomes, right? So I'm going to sell you an agent that's going to make sure you're not being negligent. I'm going to sell you an agent to make sure your fleet's safer, right? I'm going to sell you an agent to help you with your fleet management support. So anyways, that's kind of what we're working on. Yeah, there's a ton of verticals, right? Just want to kind of focus one my thing is I don't want to get like 10 customers in 10 different verticals. Want to try to focus on like one vertical on a time if I can. That's kind of the approach. So let's see. Okay, we're still grinding here. Okay, good. We're actually setting up new issues. So what I like to do too is when I'm doing work, I communicate with the agent. We figure out what we're about to work on. Then I set up issues for my items that I'm working on inside of the repository, right? And then what I do is then I start tagging these different issues. I actually tag them or link them to PRs, right? So I link the PRs to issues. Then I also add this closes in my PR. So when the PR gets merged, the issues close. And I also, the commits get reference issues. So I work with the agent. I set up issues in the repository. Then I make commits. We build out implement the feature. Then we make commits. When we make commits, in the commit message, I have it reference the issue that it's resolving, right? Or the item that we're working on. And then I open up the PR, and then in the PR, in the body of the PR, I say closes the issues that PR is related to. And so that way I have a sophisticated way for the agents an audit trail, right? For agent to go backwards. The Agentic Junior driving assistant for those drivers. Yeah, for sure. Interesting idea, Mr. Word. For sure. Yeah, my goal is and we're about to deploy all this to AWS EKS onto Kubernetes here very soon. And then we're going to kind of take it from there. Just want to stay as focused as I can because I already know, the last thing I want to do is like sell into like 3 different verticals and then be doing custom work or custom business requirements for 3 different verticals. I kind of want to try to solve one vertical at a time. That's really the only way that I can differentiate and compete with the larger players in this business. So let's see how Codex is doing here. Okay, it's still doing its thing. Very good. And as soon as this is done, I'm going to have... And we really, honestly, it's getting to the point where we're going to start using work trees to start working on. Hey, Mr. Word. I feel that. Yeah, I feel that. definitely you can start going in a lot of. It's easy to go, especially if you're interested in a lot of different stuff. Yeah, yeah. No, I get it. I get it. Um, I it's because especially if you have like intellectual curiosity, right? It's easy to kind of push. And even me, I've kind of to be honest, I could have just started with an email agent. Um, and I ended up building out a voice agent, email agent, and now a web chat. And I have a multi-channel agent system that's pretty sophisticated. But if I needed to earn like yesterday, I probably would have just stuck with the email agent to start, right? Even because email agent I think is super valuable for a lot of people. And even before I was done building that, I maybe would have started selling. But right now, we're building like V1, V0, which my V0 is pretty chunky right now. But we're going to finish building it, deploy it, and then we're gonna start getting into business mode. Yeah, exactly. So, and we're gonna do it. What model are you using, Mr. Word? Or what's your I guess your go-to model right now that you enjoy? It's nice to have you here, though. It's cool to have other people that are working on voice agents. Yeah, no, GPT is giving a. There was one point where Dario was out there saying that Sam was going YOLO on the data center spend, right? But it turns out that there was a ton of demand, and so whatever decisions that OpenAI made in terms of how much they spent on data center, they definitely they have a lot more usage than Anthropic, right? Also that acquisition of Cerebras, it does feel like 5.6 Sol extra high is moving a little quicker too. But yeah, they're giving a ton of usage, honestly. And I mean, Fable 5 is good at design. It's just, it's pricey as heck, right? It's pricey. Lately, what I've been doing is kind of planning inside of Claude, or using Fable 5, or I brainstorm with Fable 5, and then I have chat G 5.6 Sol extra high execute, do the work, and then I have Fable 5 come back and review it again. Yeah, definitely. Is there any specific vertical you're interested in, Mr. Word? Like, is there a vertical that you're going to focus on, or maybe like a domain that you're familiar with, or are you really just focused on, any customer that you can get under your belt? Which, who knows, that might end up being, if I might push down this vertical and have challenges, and then I just at some point I'm going to have to get any customer under the belt, right? Like you said, the cash is oxygen for the business, right? So the faster you can get that money coming in, the better. But just curious, I guess, if there's any specific vertical you're interested in. What I will say is like, these businesses, for these small and medium-sized businesses to adopt these agents, I think that it's going to be like it's not going to happen overnight, right? I think we're looking at a 5-year runway here for these businesses, maybe 2 to 5 years, before you see like almost every SMB business implementing agents across their entire business. And the interesting thing about this is, like with traditional code, it was a lot easier, I think, to test edge cases, right? Because you kind of had these defined inputs and outputs. But with this generative agents, right, like simulating agents become a lot more challenging. Now, I have also are simulating customer interaction, so you can look at what the edge cases are, is more challenging. Now, I do have, if I come to agents and I look at let's look at one of my email agents. If I come to evaluate, I have actually evaluations. Oh, it looks like we actually interesting. Hold on. We must have deleted our agent evaluation runs. Okay, let's run one of these. Let's run both of these evaluations. So we're gonna have to come back and test this a little more aggressively. But let's see. Let's run both of these too. That's a little bug we need to solve. The edges don't populate sometimes. Okay, this is running. This is good. I'm focused on lead gen and capture for small business. Yeah, got it. So HVAC, cool. Martial arts studios that result. Cool, man. Awesome. I love that. Okay, nice. I don't know why pass rate. This one failed. 67% pass rate. I don't know why we can't see pass rate here though. We have to look into that. This is running. But what this is this is like evaluations. So pretty much when we build these workflows, then we set up these evaluations. So like if you look at these evaluations, we have a name of the evaluation. Then we come up with like a persona of that end customer. We're simulating end customer scenarios, right? So we have the customer identity. Then we have the opening email, right? So we have kind of a constant. The opening email is always the same. Because as you change the workflow, you want to start with the same starting point. Then you have facts that the agent will respond with these facts when asked. Then we have the judge criteria, right? So these are like success criteria. We know, okay, when this workflow runs, these are the things that the agent should do. And here are like the expected workflow tools that we must use or tools that we must not use, and how many turns we'll take, right? And so let's see if this other one finished. We got the billing support. You got to see why the pass rate is not showing anymore, which is kind of interesting. This is the support email agent. Let's go to billing. These are both queued. I guess only one is running at a time, which is fine. 0% pass. Oh, wow. So there you go. It failed 2 attempts. It failed all 3 attempts. And then we can look at these sessions, right, and see why they failed, and see the different sessions. So anyways, let me come back to agents. It's interesting, but this we must have made some change. Oh, well, billing email. Let's go to support email agent. I don't know why this one didn't include the pass rate, which is interesting. That was support. Let's come back to billing. Okay, now the billing one's running. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. And please follow, like, and subscribe, guys. It helps a lot. Helps push the content out to more people that are interested in vibe coding and entrepreneurship, etc. Okay, I'm back. All right, we're getting close. And what I'm going to do is actually, first let's get a different genre of music on for a minute. Maybe some nice relaxing classical. Let's see. Okay. You know what? Maybe not classical. Maybe we go, I've never tried this one before. Let's try Korean pop. Korean K-pop, or what is it called? K-pop? Never really do K-pop, so I don't know what the vibe is going to be like. Uh-oh. Request failed. Ooh, it must have shut down the system. Hold on. Okay, you must have done a production build, and we have a production artifact hanging around, and the phase 1 services crashed. Just giving you a heads up. Okay, let's kill a mob while we wait for this. I was trying to run those evaluations while we're making a ton of code changes, so let's go that up. Yeah, so it always, the front end always leaves these orphan ports hanging around, which is interesting. What we're gonna do is after this is done, we're going to test with computer use. No, the front end is still down. There must be some orphan processes still. Yeah. It's weird because it said it killed him. You can tell they're hanging though because these are spinning. So when it kills this okay, now it actually got killed, you can tell. And then it should reboot here. Okay, services are back up. Let's go back to our agents. I just want to see if these support email agent, if those evaluations finished. Got to look at why that pass, or is the pass rate? Why did the pass rate not show there? Let's go back to agents. Let's go to the billing email agent. Okay, these ran too. We'll have to look into that. Okay, good. When you're done, I want you to use web browser tools. What we're going to do is we're going to create a new agent. So you're going to create a new web chat agent. You'll have to set up a new key, and then you're going to set up a new server to simulate how a customer would embed that web chat, and then we're going to test it. Okay, so we're about to do testing. Oh, this happens sometimes where I click in WoW and my mouse disappears. That's no fun. Hold on. It comes back eventually. I'm actually, oh, there, it just came back. Okay, here we go. I don't like this, man. I don't know what this is. It like, I want to see. Okay. Okay, I signed in for you. All right, so it's actually going to create a new agent right now using computer use. So watch, it's going to add an agent. It's going to add the web chat agent. Okay, let's go check this. Okay, it's setting up the agent. Hold on, I'm actually going to tell it. Hold on, I want you to create the agent, but I want you to use like language that a non-technical person would use to create this. I've never seen that F key emoji before. So it always, like, when it creates the agent using chat, it does these very sophisticated chats that like a human would never enter when it starts creating them through the chat interface. So I'm just Yeah, you don't even need to delete it. Just create another new agent. Okay, nice. It's creating the agent. That was a little better. Fable 5 does a better job of that, actually, like pretending to be a real customer. Okay, we just said create the agent. It's creating the agent now. Okay, now we're gonna go set up our key. Sushi and hot wings. That sounds good, man. Or are you a Buffalo guy, Osiris? Or are you like a mango habanero dude? Okay, nice. So we're setting up our origin right now. This is on localhost port 5501. So setting up a new origin. And then we're going to get a new embed script. Then what we're going to do is we're actually going to set up another server on port 5501, a web server. And that's going to simulate like a third party embedding this web chat. Cajun hot buffalo, parm cheese, garlic olive. Yeah, honestly, it's all good. It's all good. I like them all. I'm not picky at all, really. Buffalo blue cheese. Okay. The word, Mr. Word on a Twitch, Osiris, he said, I'm talking to one person on YouTube, one person on Twitch, but Mr. Bird said he likes a buffalo blue cheese. No, blue cheese slaps hard, actually. It's really good. Ranch powder wings. Wow. That sounds good. I've actually seen people season it with that ranch powder seasoning. Okay, it's writing a Go server. It's put it in my private directory, private temporary directory. Yeah, I need to. On port 5501. Nice. Okay, so this is the web chat. So now we're about to test the web chat. What I'm going to do is, while this is working, I'm actually going to open up one more, and I'm going to say, I am going to be, we're going to be exposing an MCP server and a RESTful API server. Right now we have a chat interface, and I believe it's built on top of a RESTful API. I want you to start thinking about, review my code, and start thinking about how we can expose an MCP server and a RESTful API so developers can generate workflows using our system. Do not make any changes yet. This is just a review. Give me your thoughts. Okay, it's about to... Uh-oh, it's talking about my environment file. Hold on. The agents got a lot better about not like exposing environment files. Well, it forgot to add the SQL table, a new SQL table. Or I forgot to push the migration. We're adding a table. I have two different users right now. Some users own certain tables. I need to fix that probably at some point, but it tried to create a table, and then the application code we got to grant permission to our Blue Cactus role to a certain table. So we're kind of granting this user permissions to a certain table in Postgres. That's what's happening right now. This K-pop's not bad. Okay, now that error went away on the chat. Okay, here we go. I want you to open up the agent workflow too in another tab so we can look at the workflow while you test this web chat. Oops. I want you to open up the workflow in another tab so we can look at the workflow while you test the chat. It's confused now. Computer use is getting all confused. I should be. We better be. I mean, I think so. I mean, you shouldn't be able to act. I should, I'm going to make it secure enough to where you really can't, you couldn't like jam some data that's the wrong shape into a table. But I'd have to look into that. I believe we're sanitizing as much as we can. Usually, to be honest, I used to get annoyed by so much sanitization. And so at one point I told it that, hey, I know the shape of the data. Don't worry about doing that. But we do. We have some measures to prevent people from putting, like if someone did access my endpoint, Jamie Orange. What the hell is that? What happened? What the hell is that? Oh, that's a website. Wow, it made a whole website. It's like showing someone with a website that has a chat embedded to their website. Okay, here's the workflow. I need to return my camping stove. Yeah, so right now I don't... Actually, the AI... It's a good question, Osiris. I know when I do expose the MCP server, when I put the Postgres MCP server on top of Postgres, and I was showing that in older... Eventually, I'm about to do that. But when I do that, I'm going to put it on top of a read-only database. But I need to think about that. There is an MC on the Postgres MCP server. Right now, this is actually not using an MC. I need to think about that. I need to look at the code. That's a good question, though. It better... Our MCP server better... I need to look. I don't know if we're using a Postgres MCP server to do this. I know we're using an MCP server, but I don't know if it's an MCP server communicating directly with Postgres itself. I need to go back, and honestly, I was at one point I had the MCP server up on top of Postgres, and I had thought through exactly how I was going to deploy it. But then I knew that I had to make a bunch of database. I had to create a new read-only database, get it inside of my Kubernetes cluster, and then put the MCP server on top of it. And I just put it on the back burner. But I need to look into that. Oh, nice. It's checking memory. Environment variable verification. That scares me. Is this the... Oh, this is the in progress session. So we can actually see the chat session. So now we have sessions for voice, web chat, and email. It's moving a little faster now. I've never seen computer use move this fast. I'll tell you that. But yeah, actually, Osiris, one time I posted a short showing the MCP server, and I had like a few engineers from some big companies being like, telling me about this drop table thing. I gotta go try to find that short at some point. I sent it to my friend, though. Let me see. Or I sent it to an engineer, an old engineer I worked with, and I asked him, like, how concerned I need to be about that. And, man, I've sent so many messages, but, oh, yeah, so someone asked me, like, how do you handle authorization? You can parameterize the authenticated user into ID into the SQL inside the MCP tool, I guess. But how would you prevent injection of other potential user IDs or prompt injection workarounds with certainty? And I said the plan is fixed parameterized tools with authenticated identity enforced in the background. Model reasons, execution stays scoped. What else did I say? Read-only DB access scope to selects and likely a PG replica with the patched Z Industries Postgres context server. So that's a good question. You actually made me think, Osiris. We should be good. I need to, and it's funny because it's like, this is a situation where you need to actually understand the code, right? Like, so I can make sure no one drops my table. Really? Oh, that's interesting. That's funny. Ooh, looks like it didn't see it in the memory. I think what it's trying to do is because right now I have a memory mechanism. Huh. Honestly, were we not expecting it to say orange though? What it's doing right now is we send the last 20 messages to OpenAI as part of the history. But what we don't do is if the message becomes longer than 20 messages, like if this chat is like 300 messages long, because we're only sending the most recent 20 back as history, things that you mentioned at the very beginning, it'll forget. So we're kind of trying to build a longer chat, and then we're seeing if our memory mechanism's working. Hostile clothing. It's kind of a funny idea. Now it's testing when you click new chat if it keeps the session. So it did. Okay, can you open another new chat and let's test the memory even more aggressively? Oh shit. Am I? No way. I did burn through the usage fast as hell. Only 30% left on my 7-day? It's this computer use that uses a ton of tokens. What the heck? That's not good. I'm kind of liking GP 5.6 Soul, I have to say. Kind of enjoying it. I like the way that, you know, I heard someone say online, I didn't hear them. I saw someone mention online that I guess if we run out of usage, I can always buy like $60 blocks. But I saw someone mention that that Fable 5 like just goes and does the work and doesn't keep you included, which I do get that vibe. Like I'll tell Fable 5 to do something. It doesn't like keep me in the loop as good as 5.6 Soul does. I appreciate the way 5.6, I like communicating with 5.6 Soul better. And it's more concise, and what it explains to me, I understand it better. Fable 5 gets very wordy and kind of a lot of personality, very smart, but almost like over smart. I don't know how to explain it. So when will it call the save memory tool explicitly? Whoa. Interesting. It like, I can't type and this does its thing at the same time. It's, whoa.
So come and take the shots from me now, shots from me now. Just like a soul child, feeling so priceless. You got me taking shots from
I can't type while it's doing this. It moves my cursor. This K-pop's kind of going hard. No, it's not computer use. It's browser tools. Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean, though. Yeah, it's taking control of my shit. It's like Korean Justin Bieber. It's good. Yeah, that's a good idea, Osiris.
so done with all your news. Call it deja vu, repeating what I didn't want. So indifferent and I got no emotions now.
Okay, change the workflow graph. It's rough. Hold on. Change the workflow graph so we call the save memory tool.
But I'ma play the same game with you now. So come and take the shots from me now, shots from me now. Just like a soul child, feeling so priceless. You got me taking shots from me now, shots from me now. Just like a Cadillac, feeling so timeless. Talk about it. Late night,
Use the chat interface workflow chat to do it.
let's talk about it. Late night, FaceTime, hold tight on 5 damn bright. I'm sipping on you. Let's talk about it.
Use the chat workflow chat to do it. And when you do this, make sure that you use language like a non-technical person would use. Like, and a non-technical person would not like type out the names. They would just act like you're not familiar with like how this stuff works when you communicate with the chat interface. Proceed. Modify the workflow so we call the save memory tool, and then aggressively test the memory again. Yeah, I know. AI LARPing. Okay, so it's about to use this workflow chat to modify the workflow. And what we're going to do is we're going to assign a save memory tool to one of these nodes. What just happened? Okay, here it is. I want the website helper. It should never remember passwords payment. It also should not save little. Please make the work anywhere where a customer might share something worth remembering, but not when the chat is already ending. Let's see. That's still like pretty wordy for like what an actual human would type. They might type that though. You know, this is the first stream I actually listening to K-pop, and it's pretty good. Okay, we're back. Oh no, it's still in the workflow. Okay, it saved the graph. Now, this is interesting. I made an X post about this. Let's see if computer use can't press these let it code. I haven't heard of that, but it won't click this JavaScript alert dialog window. Just gonna click OK. Yeah, can you click on the node too so we can look at the assigned tools? Let's see what it said. I don't think that actually gave it a way to write the information down. I wanted to truly save a safe note when a customer says something like, remember this, so it can use that note later in the same chat. Parts of the conversation, instead of only telling the customer will remember. Okay, here we go. What node is that? That's the chat triage node. Yeah, keep using the workflow chat and then click different nodes to make sure, see which node it added the save memory tool to. Yeah, I'll check out Letacode. You know, I've looked at a lot of different memory systems, and that's how I developed. I took inspiration and then tried to extend it. But I'll definitely check that out, Osiris. Thanks for sharing. Okay, cool. Oh, wait. Oh, it did. Okay, click on the nodes again that have saved memory. I missed it. So the chat interface worked. I need to work on this response a little bit. Okay, it's about to click that node again. It's doing compaction right now. Man, I probably used a ton of tokens just to do this. I could have clicked the node myself, but okay, let's see. It's about to click on the node. Nice. Okay, now it has the save memory tool associated with that node. So now what we're going to do is we're about to test the chat. Now that this node, the product setup node, has saved memory, we should be able to communicate in web chat, and we should extract this saved memory. Okay, I see it now. You should be able to save the workflow graph, and then let's test web chat to see if our memory mechanism's working. Let's see if it does it without me even telling it. Okay, we got workflow on this one. Thanks, Osiris. We got the memory set up here too. Okay, it's about to check returns too. We got to work on this front end. It uses a lot of tokens for this. I guess not that many. It's not even, I don't know how many. It clicked the edge. It's having some trouble. Let me just help it. It keeps clicking the edge condition. You keep clicking the edge condition. You're gonna have to like click the node and move it or something. See, computer use is good, but it's still not there for real, you know. The UI needs work though. This node graph is, and that's why I put the chat, did the chat interface, is because I know that even me, when I'm like, I started thinking about all my business operations, and then I went and tried to set up some workflows, and it was challenging. It was challenging. Or it's just, not a non-technical person's not going to be like setting up a workflow and like, it's a lot of like thinking through logic, right? I'm not saying you need to be technical to set up a workflow, but I've even seen like these N8N. I watch a lot of N8N workflow setup videos, and it's complex, right? For someone that's not like using their computer a lot. Okay, let's see. Checking a message there. Okay, I'm gonna press OK. Just save the graph. Good. Okay, I just saved the graph for you. Yeah, Mr. Word. It's kind of sad, right? It's like and I wasn't like a classically trained engineer, and I wasn't a good engineer by any means, but I managed a lot of engineers, and I learned enough to like glue shit together, and I built a few services on my own, but I like wasn't a guy that could go through some leak code problems and understand time complexity and stuff like that. I'd write some very unelegant code, but I at least wrote some code myself before all this happened. But yeah, it's like, Dario a while ago was saying that coding, they're closing the loop on coding, right? And I used to feel like I was steering it a lot. And you can kind of feel it. It's running for longer and longer. It's getting better and better at tool use. Now you got computer use, right? And it's about to scale up like even more, right? They're building these data centers and it's about to scale like crazy, right? So we're really about to see like how far this goes. But it definitely the engineering job changed, transformed in a dramatic way, for sure. Oh, use mini Macs to do that. Oh, wow. You've done a lot of open work with open source models, Osiris. I know you've like hooked in MCP servers and stuff to open source models before they could do all that, or had that tool calling, and before a lot of people were using them to do tool calls like that. That's not exactly what I was trying to say, but I know you've been testing that for a while. I remember there was a model that like couldn't understand images or something, right? Or didn't have wasn't taking screenshots and doing analysis on or interpreting images, and you hooked in some MCP server or some tool that allowed you to do that. I vaguely remember that. Oh. I've noted your trail name. Okay, I think it's checking the log right now. I don't want to open the log because I don't know if there's sensitive data printing right now. It's checking right now, I think, to see if this memory got saved to the database. It's reading the logs. In the grassland condition, except move to close out. The explicit remember this. Request arrived. Oh, it moved to close out in the workflow graph. So I guess it like went to one of these nodes. And then I think it resolved it and it moved it straight to closeout. Wow, guys, we used almost 75% of the 7-day limit today on the $100 plan in one stream. Now, I think it's the browser tool use that's really eating these tokens up. But still went a little quicker than I was expecting, to be honest. Wonder why it's doing this. Oh, it's trying to get like more than 30 messages or something. This is an interesting approach. What is it doing? Is it going to do this all the way through 30? No way. Okay, it has a memory record in Postgres. It's saved a memory to Postgres. I'm pushing that first message completely outside the recent 20 window. Look at the way it's doing this. And then I'll ask for all 3 facts. So we're about to test to see if it pulls in the memories. Wow, it's going to do this 20 times. That's kind of insane. Guys, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Wanna go down? Yeah, I need that. We don't give up. Where my girls at? Wanna cop this? Louis V bag. Born to slay, I'm counting up, talking
Okay, I'm back. It's kind of cool though that I can go take a whiz like that and you know, the browser tool use is still doing its thing. Oh look, I think it remembered. Oh shit. Nice, it remembered all the memories. So we just extended memory to web chat. So I'm feeling pretty good. You know, probably after this test is done here, I think I'm gonna end the stream for today. Just gonna end it for today. I could keep going, to be honest, but we'll probably end it for today. And then on the next stream, we'll see. I think actually I'm gonna start thinking through the MCP server, thinking through the API, update the website, and then we'll start. I'm gonna do some of this AWS work. I'm gonna do it offline, just because, you know, some of it's sensitive, some of it's not as sensitive. But when I do it, when I get on stream, I'm gonna explain what I did, and kind of explain how the cluster works and how I thought about it, and some of the ways I'm thinking through it. And we're getting close. I mean, I'm probably going to expose an API just because, and we need to integrate Stripe too. We need to integrate Stripe. We need to expose an API, and I need the Twilio flow. And some of this I might not get done immediately. It's just right now I have the system set up where anyone can come make an account in the system with Google OAuth. So I just need to make sure we're secure. Make sure we don't have auto scaling set up on AWS. Hey, Word, Mr. Word, thanks for being here. And yes, good vibing. I'll see you on the next one. But yeah, we're gonna get AWS EKS set up. We got to get that Twilio flow working, right? So right now I have phone numbers. I want to just use the Twilio API to pull in these phone numbers. Like right now I actually have the phone number hard coded actually to this Bella voice agent. So like if you have one phone number, I need a way to where if you create like 5 voice agents to assign the phone number to the voice agent that you want to use. or like every time you create a voice agent, it spins up a new Twilio phone number for you. Just need to think through that a little bit. And then there's a process you have to go through to get approved for SMS messages. So kind of need to think through this flow for Twilio phone number and SMS. Then we're going to get the MCP server and the CLI. We need to make sure the billing information, like today, we had this is our billing information for the web chat, which the web chat's very cheap. But we need to make sure billing's accurate, make sure we're secure, expose the MCP server and the MCP server and the RESTful API so developers can hook up their agent and start building workflows. And then integrate Stripe. I just want to integrate Stripe. To be honest, I don't need to do Stripe if I'm out there selling on my own right now, but since I am taking the time to stream, you know, if there are people that want to, developers that are watching the stream that want to build their own agents, right? I want to make it easy for them to do that. So that's kind of the plans moving forward. But anyways, everyone, that was a good stream. Thanks again for being here. Thank you for anyone that's part of the Blue Cactus AI community. If you do want to join the Discord, it's a discord.bluecactus.ai. It's pretty easy to join. You just enter that in your URL. The community's really not active right now. Just got to get some more people into the community. Again, that's discord.bluecactus.ai. And again, just want to say thank you to anyone that did make it this far on the stream. We're able to get web chat working. So now we have a web chat where end customers can embed that web chat into their platform. We extended our memory system. We got our API key working, so it's scoped just for web chat. And kind of rethought some of our JWT tokens. And we also kind of thought about Node versus Go, and which language to use for which service and why. And then we use the browser tool use to test everything. So anyways, thanks again. Thank you to everybody that has subscribed or followed or liked. It really does push this out to more people. And, you know, if you like this kind of content, again, please follow, like, and subscribe. I also do like high-level commentary on AI interviews that I see. I haven't done one in a while, but planning on continuing to do that. I also, when I do find new workflows, I try to make a video on that workflow. Right now, I'm kind of focused on the streaming. The streaming takes a lot of energy, but I do plan on releasing more VODs or videos that everyone can watch, and I've been trying to edit them the best I can right now. Anyways, thanks again. Thanks for being part of the community. You can go to discord.bluecactus.ai in the browser, and that'll redirect you to the Discord invite link. And then that should open up Discord. Or you can type discord.bluecactus.ai in the browser. That'll redirect you to the invite link. You can copy and paste that directly in Discord. But anyways, thanks again. I'll see you